All right, good morning, everybody. Welcome to Trading Capital's daily live stream of the market open. Today is currently April 23rd. Jumping into things here, we have the markets pushing up a little bit in the pre-market. You have the S&P trading at 501.76, and the QQQ is also trading up 420.81. So I'm expecting the Qs to probably retest the daily 100 moving average today, which is sitting at 422.37. That's where I think there could be upside. We're still holding SMCI, looking for further gains. We're still holding Apple, so we're still remaining net long in this market at this point in time. Really, I don't think there's going to be too much volatility. I think this could be a continuation trend day, so that's how I'm playing it and shaping up. A couple resistance levels intraday. If we actually look at this S&P 500 chart, there's a potential now for a rather large inverse head and shoulders to trigger today on the S&P 500. You can see we're carving up and actually gapping up and creating a right shoulder. If we break this level on the S&P, you don't want to get in front of this market because we are in an environment where we can bounce pretty sharply since the recent sell-off occurred. Alright, so we're looking at a potential upside on the S&P to 510 if we trigger this 10-minute inverse head and shoulders pattern. Just going to remove some of these key moving averages. And we'll keep the EMA 113 on. Let's see where the 50 is. And maybe the 20 as well. Alright, so markets are set to open. Again, we'll just see how SMCI performs here out the gate. I think this is definitely an oversold one. Whiskey Business, any thoughts on Google? Seems to not follow the rest of the QQQs. Let me just look at the Google. Yeah, Google daily chart though still holding up, relatively strong. Above all, it's actually outperforming the Qs on a relative basis right now. So it's actually looking pretty strong right now for a continuation move. Nat gas down a little bit in the pre-market, slightly 0.85%. Oil also down slightly, down about 0.68%. You have yields, the 10-year slightly up, dollar down. So right now you have the backdrop for a positive session in the market. You have the backdrop for a really positive session, actually. All right, guys, so get ready for the open here. SunPower getting hit this morning. Yeah, you're right. Gapping down quite sharply. Yeah, this one's been a bleeder, unfortunately, SunPower. Since this technical breakdown is occurring, I would honestly wait until about 150, 160. Could you get a dead cat bounce? It's oversold. Getting more oversold for sure, but just a weakening. That's been a bad trade on my part. Can Ford hold its gains from yesterday? Yep, I think the market, as long as the market remains steady here, I think that Ford can. So a little bit of an initial move. SMCI still holding strong. You have Nat Gas trying to bounce. Amazon trying to hold its 50-day. Still seeing SMCI come in a little bit. Still no trigger on this S&P 500. Still no trigger. We're obviously waiting and on watch for a potential bullish pattern to break the neckline. Remember, the gap ups have been being faded. The gap ups have been faded for the last couple morning sessions. Whether or not this one works out the same way, that's yet to be seen. Yeah, SunPower getting a nice bounce off of the lows. Apple back testing support. Tesla's trying to come in a touch. So now we're in an environment where the Qs are potentially triggering a mini inverse head and shoulders. A mini inverse head and shoulders. So again, we want to just watch out for this market. Looking at a SPY 0 DTE. I'll let you know if I decide to take anything. I have 503 calls on the SPY sitting at roughly about 64 cents right now. It does look like we want to push, so all sectors are green except for energy, materials, and utilities. May want to take a peek at UUU at some point today. Very oversold our side, but look at the major support. Let's take a look at UUUU. SMCI pushing up nicely. Energy fuels. I actually haven't traded this ticker before. So yeah, right off the bat, it's trading unusual volume off that big decline yesterday. RSI, slight oversold condition coming into play. I'm still riding SMCI, guys. Looking for more. We're slightly green, but it's floundering and teetering. Tesla coming in. Apple still bouncing. Microsoft looking strong, up 1%. Google still holding the majority of its gains. Meta getting a bounce. Amazon getting a continuation move off the 50-day. Looking to press higher here. QQQ breaking out of yesterday's high pivot. So yesterday's opening range on the Qs is being broken right now. So that's definitely a positive sign in the near term. IQ continuing to move. SunPower, yeah, SunPower's almost recaptured all of those losses. So if SunPower goes green, we may see a pretty big reversal. This is a tough chart, this energy chart, this UUU. You know, I'm looking at a couple things, and I mean, you are hitting this support trend line here, so there is a valid level. It's just a matter of, I think there could actually be maybe one more little flush on this name. And the area I'm looking at on this UU is right in this vicinity, 480, 483, and that would probably line up with these pivots down here. Even this pivot zone. So I'd personally wait until this pivot gets hit and start accumulating a position at these two strong pivots. But can you get a bounce here? Yep, you probably could. I mean, a lot of support there for sure. Alright, so QQQ getting slightly rejected. No breakout. No breakout yet. Looks like the market is coming in touch. Nat Gas getting a pretty decent bounce. You're seeing Tesla coming in a touch here. Microsoft still remaining strong, but seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. Google, Meta still okay. Alright guys, I'm going to take a 503 call on the SPY. Just got filled at 56 cents. 503 call on the SPY, 0 DTE. $503 call on the SPY, filled at 56 cents. Alright, let's play ball. Oh, okay, thanks for that. Decline was because of a merger, then buying someone. Agreed. Okay. So that changes things a little bit on that chart, Paul, because it's not really, it's just a one-off fundamental news. So I think that changes things in positive for the market. Alright, S&P looking like it's running into a bit of sell side pressure at the moment. SMCI semis are running into a little bit of sell side. Tesla reversing a bit lower at the moment. Still seeing SMCI trying to firm up here. Meta coming in a touch. Still have now all sectors green except for energy and materials. Small caps currently are up about 0.1%. Gold, silver down again. Yields, 10-year yield actually pushing up along with the Dixie. So that's a little bit of a cause for concern, as if that 10-year starts to peek its head up a little bit more. Microsoft still looking strong. Apple's trying to bounce here, guys. S&P starting to move up, so we're in 503 calls, as well as SMCI long, which we're slightly green on. So nice little move there. Nat gas trying to bounce off 204. Lululemon continuing to make new highs. So nice move on Lulu. That one's still looking quite strong. SPY calls are up to 66 cents, so we're slightly green on that. Here comes the move, guys. If we can clear this, we're going to have a fast squeeze on it, on SMCI as well as the SPY. I am seeing some more accumulation coming in, except Amazon's now reversing. So we're up 13 cents per a contract. Tesla reversing sharply. It's now gone negative. Amazon's now gone negative. So there is some weakness creeping back into the tape here. But Microsoft's still holding steady. Meta, Google holding steady. Nvidia also holding steady at the moment. But it does make me want to be cautious with this trade because we are still seeing some sellers in some of the pretty big names. Qs are still trying to break out here. Definitely a big dump on Tesla. Absolutely. Tesla's still shaking out sellers. This type of movement at these lows is very, it's a good sign actually. I like seeing these volatile movements at these lows. It means that a lot of people are being shaken out. Did get a nice daily reversal on volume yesterday. But it really matters, you know, if Tesla can try to close this week strong, that would be a little bit more of a bullish sign. I'm still holding common shares from yesterday on Tesla right down here below 140, as well as swing trade long with members, so we know how I feel about Tesla at the moment. Our QQQ trying to push higher here. First 10 minutes of the session are complete, and we are trying to see the market continue to grind here. Apple really firming up here. So Apple again could help push the S&P if it bounces and firms up here. Apple is trying to break out of this little falling wedge pattern. So I'm watching both these areas very, very closely. And if Apple can break out of this little wedge, it's got a pretty sharp inverse head and shoulders pattern on watch. You know, Apple's building something big here. It's a rather large intraday base that Apple's trying to build. So again, if we can trigger this, just like the S&P's shaping up, Apple again could see a sizable rally all the way back up to about the 171s. That's certainly possible, guys. Certainly possible. All right, a lot of strength coming back into the market today. Bitcoin slightly negative, but you do have crypto stocks green across the board. JetBlue down 11, Billy down a couple, Tesla's still slightly negative but looking to firm up. SMCI is about to get going. This chart, man, on SMCI, it's shaping up for a rather big bounce. A rather big bounce. Here goes SMCI, guys. Here goes the SPY. So we're still long and strong. Apple, Tesla, SMCI, and we're riding 503 SPY call, which we're already up significantly. Look at this squeeze, guys. Look at this squeeze. Anyone that hasn't checked out my tradingcapital.ca Discord, please do so, because this SPY trade alone definitely will take care of a month or even a year at most for some people. So again, on the SPY, we're looking for an inverted head and shoulders trigger. You got the bullish cross yesterday of these key moving averages off of a nice back test and sell-off. And now you're looking to press higher here. Again, the upside target based off of this is all the way up to 511 on the charts. Could we hit that today? Potentially, not likely, but there's a potential. There is a potential. Alright guys, so we're still long S&P 500, still seeing Amazon slightly lagging, Dixie's negative still, you have Apple still trying to press, Microsoft coming in a touch. Bart B saying capital not for me, do no contracts. Well, Bart, I mean, when I take calls, it's just a defined risk. You can easily step in on the long side via just a swing long. So I mean, we entered SPY calls down here, right off this pretty much this low candle pivot, right around that 501.30. It was just in line with this previous little support zone. And basically, had you gone long off that 501.35 level, you know, you could have netted a nice little, that's more than enough for a day trade, 96 cents on a SPY long. Again, I just think that there's a little bit more upside, which is why I'm playing calls. And since we've had a big decline already, odds are we get a nice decent sized bounce. Look at SMCI go, guys. That one's still trying to press. Nice move on SMCI. Alright, S&P is seeing a lot of volatility here, potentially some 9:45 a.m. data there. Look at calls, they just shot up to 93 cents. Guys, I just sold half of my SPY calls there at 93 cents. 93 cents. So that's a nice little win. That's a big one. Look at this. 503s are getting in the money, guys. Look at this. They're almost a double. 503 calls. Can we get them in the money? Look, alright guys, I am out. I sold them at $1.19. $1.19. 503 calls. I am all out. $1.19. Whoa, look at those. They're now at $1.30. Holy. My, oh my. What a trade, guys. What a trade. I'm all out of those 503s for $1.19. Whew. And they're all the way up to $1.30 in printing. We're still holding SMCI. Look at this, guys. This is why I said we can't go long. We can't go short yet. This is a long market right now, and look at that. You missed that trade by having a 15-second delay. No, I mean we entered down here, right? Everyone should have been able to catch that trade. We entered down here around 9:35. We've been in it for about 10 minutes or so. But what a monster. What a monster trade, guys. That was epic. I'm still a long SMCI. What an epic, epic move. Nice job. Anyone who caught that, wonderful, wonderful job there, guys. SMCI still squeezing. All right, SMCI 750 calls are in the money, guys. So those 750 calls from yesterday that I called out, we got filled at 2650. They're now sitting at 33. They're in the money. 750 calls are in the money. What you do here is up to you. I'm going to look to potentially ride this a little bit more. It is looking like a nice trend day. We've had the breakout on the S&P. We're looking for a confirmed candle. So, I mean, the way SMCI can move, it's already up 5.7, retesting your next fib level. And the S&P is triggering an inverse head and shoulders here on the 10-minute, looking for a confirmed candle in the next 2 minutes and 30 seconds. But look at this move on SMCI, guys. Even Tesla's performing. Apple's firming up. Wow. Look at that. That was epic, guys. Epic, epic, epic. Wonderful job if you caught that with us. Wonderful job. Look at that move on SMCI. What a crazy move. So again, guys, just to be clear, markets have triggered bullish price action. That was huge, that trade on the SPY. I just can't, I love it. I love it. I love it. So we made over 100% on that trade in about 10 minutes. That was epic, guys. Amazon getting slightly faded. SMCI, slight resistance in this zone. Wow, that's a beautiful morning. I honestly just want to step away from here. When you just have a morning like that and you catch a nice sweet trade right off the open, first 10 minutes, you get a pump. That's just epic, guys. Epic. Please hit that like button, guys. Please hit that like button below. SPY's seeing some nice consolidation in this range. S&P's seeing some nice consolidation. Apple still hasn't broken out yet, so that's another one that could push higher off of a breakout. If Apple firms up here, that's going to really start to carry things pretty sharply to the upside. Still think that the markets have more juice in them. We're just seeing a little bit of profit taking off of that ramp up. A little bit of profit taking coming back into things. S&P coming in quite sharply at the moment. Still hanging on to SMCI, still hanging on to Tesla, guys. Check QQQ, 422 and climbing. Let's look at the QQQ. Whoops. Triple Qs, not quadruple Qs. Flash manufacturing PMI, yep. How come market reacted positively to that? So the flash manufacturing PMI is 49.9, consensus 52. Flash service PMI 50.9, consensus 52. Well, the market reacted positively, very positively, because it was weak data. So we're in an environment where the market is hoping for weak data because that means cuts, interest rate cuts. Look what happened to the dollar off that data. Big decline. Look what happened to interest rates off of that data. Big decline. So you're still seeing the market hoping for lower rates, weaker data, because that means a Fed cut, Fed pivot. So that's the reason why the markets took it well. Bad data is good for stocks. Good data is bad for stocks. You always want to remember that, especially when we're in, this inflationary environment where market participants are hoping for a cut, just not quite getting one. But definitely 100% in 10 minutes. Nice job, Paul. Oh, not me, but happy for thanks. Briston, I have a scalper buddy. His favorite line is 3-minute workday. Yeah, pretty much, right? That's a good line. If you can make your day 3 minutes, that's a great line. Let's look at the S&P 500 here. Still just consolidating and trying to push higher. Look at SMCI go, guys. This one's a monster. SMCI is a monster. We are printing. And it is trying to push even higher here. Look at this move on SMCI, guys. 750 calls from yesterday are banking, guys. Banking. Alright, guys, I just sold my 750 calls at 38.75. 38.75. Just sold my SMCI calls. So it's just over 45% on that call swing with SMCI, guys. We are out. Another little winning trade. Anyone that took that with us, good job, good job. I see Fairweather Tom, you hit that clean. Beautiful. Fark, yeah, you're saying? That's right. I'll take that. We're still seeing SMCI climb here. S&P putting in new highs at the moment. Resource stocks still performing well. QQQ still trying to trend. Dixie's really getting obliterated here, guys. The dollar's getting obliterated. Look at Tesla bounce. Tesla's starting to rip for that gap fill. SMCI, SPY still holding strong. Look at this trend day in the S&P 500, guys. Look at that clean technical break on the 10-minute chart. We're getting a confirmed candle in the next 4 minutes. You do not want to step in front of this freight train today. This, I have a shortable level, but it's much, much higher on the Qs. It's much, much higher across really everything at the moment. Even canopy growth stocks, marijuana stocks are trying to firm up here. Look at SMCI, still trying to put in new highs on the session, guys. SMCI is a monster today. It could be up double digits, you know, after that decline that we saw the other day over 22, 23% or so. Members, I still have a lot of positions to have to update in the market. I have a lot of positions I have to update in the market. I have not been able to update them accordingly yet, but they're still on my to-do list. All right, we're seeing unwavering strength now in the markets. The Dixie's back below 106. Dixie's back below 106. Gold, silver making a nice reversal. Again, guys, the strength in this market today could be pretty compelling. Could mean we have much, much more upside. Again, this inverse head and shoulders that has triggered 511 upside target. 511 upside target. If we look at the hourly chart of SMCI, hitting that 382 fib retrace, this was your low pivot move. So that's the retrace. So from this gap down move, you've now done a 3.82% retrace. If we take that one step further and we actually adjust the move from this pivot high sell-off, you're still only just getting above that 236. So you can see that SMCI today could push for this next fib at 800, psychological whole number. And we're still riding common shares. It is a full position of 5.57%. S&P slowly weakening a little bit here, just a touch. Nat Gas trying to go green. That one's still seeing a massive underlying bid. Yep, Bart, I am. SMCI common shares, I'm still holding. I'm still holding. You know, if you want to pull some profits off of the day trade, by all means, but considering we pulled profits off of the calls, I like to probably ride this a little bit more. Ride this a little bit more. Members, I just took profits on another trade. The trade was IQ. So this was a swing trade with members, just the common shares. We pulled profits. We entered IQ on Friday's sell-off down here at the lows at 406, and we just sold at 458 for a lovely, lovely gain. So another little win in the books. Chalk that one up. Flip back to SMCI. That one's still trying to hold and build maybe a little bit of a consolidation pattern. Nice 5-minute consolidation pattern right over that first fib level. The 10-minute pattern, you can see your EMA 113 on the 10-minute chart is coming up next. S&P coming in a touch. And members, we also took profits on half the SOX L position, so the semiconductor long ETF we took profits on. So that's another winning trade. Just on fire here. Today it's been pretty good. Pretty good. Alright, Microsoft at 406 and climbing. Let's see what else we can catch here. Anyone looking at any other names, individual names they want me to pull up? I'm seeing Pally up 54%. What ticker is that? Not really sure what that is. P-A-L-I. Oops. Just going to do some work here on my other screen on some of these names. See if we can catch a high flyer momentum. Since the market is seeing a pretty sharp bounce, this is the names, this is where you want to look for those. If you're day trading those speculative names, those are the names that could absolutely just run wild. When the market is seeing net liquidity, those spec names are the ones that could absolutely just run wild on us. S&P still holding steady. Apple's still trying to hold 166. Google's coming in a touch right now. Same thing with Microsoft, Nvidia. Tesla's still trying to push higher here, so that one's acting like a nice potential play. Palisade Bio, ticker PALI, is interesting. Very interesting. Could be a bit of a long play. See that you hit support down there. It's a big gap. So still some consolidation occurring across the indices. Still seeing some consolidation. Tesla's still looking strong. SunPower turning green, gapping down. So anyone that was talking about SunPower probably should have not listened to me and bought that dip, because what a rally off of those lows. I mean, off that 177, you would have been up about 22-23%. So I apologize about talking anyone out of that trade. That one should have just executed and not listened to me. But that's the way she goes sometimes. Nice consolidation pattern occurring in the QQQ and the S&P at the moment. EQT continuing to move up. That's a nice performer. SMCI is still trying to get going. Boeing is trying to get going. Let's look at some of these high short interest names. Just want to see if there's any other I think we get a continuation move, so I'm just looking at some very, very risky stocks, you know, the high short interest names that can typically rip on days like this. So names like Upstart already up 6%, Novavax up 6%, AI up 4%, Carvana's up 5%. You're seeing a lot of these names squeeze here. Plug Power up 9.2%. Whoa. Look at SMCI, guys. New high of day. Anyone still holding? You're laughing. You are laughing. Laughing to the bank. Just want to watch these marijuana stocks as well. CVNA is ripping. How's CGC doing? Aurora Canopy, yep, they are up. DHR reported beat expectations, wide range today. OCUL is another oversold ticker that retraced 66% on the weekly chart. I'll take a look at all those. Yeah, Canopy Growth looks like it could squeeze today, guys. It's setting up a nice hourly chart bull flag. You know, this one is one that can definitely move to the high side. As long as the markets stay firm, This could break out of a daily flag pattern today, and it could actually be heading for 10 bucks today if we get the breakout of this flag. So I'm watching it very closely. It is coming into some buyers now. Volume is increasing on Canopy quite sharply. Again, when the market is trading like this, typically these names can and will run. Alright guys, I just went long Canopy growth again at 834. Swing trade long Canopy growth, 834. Look at this move on Canopy. Buyers are just stepping in full force at the moment. Again, I'm long at 834 on Canopy. Already up about 1.3, and this name is starting to squeeze. Again, the daily chart pattern that we're breaking out of right now is pretty fierce. Pretty fierce. SMCI is still squeezing. There's a gap fill here that I'm eyeing up at 10.12. And you're obviously your high pivot. But look at this nice little flag pattern breakout that is occurring on Canopy. Also a potential inverted head and shoulders triggering right now, which gives us an upside move of about, look at that, all the way up to about 1065. That could happen today, especially with the trend in the market at the moment. So I'm going to ride this one, see if we can get lucky off of a massive move. But it's a nice daily chart breakout, nice hourly chart, intra-chart breakout. So let's see how much they want to squeeze Canopy. Getting a little bit overbought on the RSI, but still has room to run on the daily, or sorry, on the hourly RSI, as you can see. And then also on the daily RSI, still plenty of room to get a nice crossover and bullish momentum. Let's see OCUL, Ocular Therapeutics. Sounds like a speculative investment. Yeah, look at that pretty torrential downfall. What's the volume on this bad boy? Yeah, it does trade over 1 million, so that's positive in the short term. That's certainly positive. Tesla's still ripping. Microsoft trading, testing 407. Meta's still pushing. Canopy's still pushing. Yeah, you're into this heavy duty gap fill on OCUL. Let's throw up a fib retrace from this low to this high. Piercing through that 618. Not really ideal. Not really ideal. Look at the volume coming in on Canopy, guys. People are bidding up marijuana stocks like crazy. Crazy. I mean, the only real support that we're into on this OCUL that I see is really from this pivot. You're really just trading into this zone right now. So could you get a bounce? Yeah, you're oversold for sure. Daily, weekly chart still could run a little bit lower, but that daily chart, extreme oversold. Probably good for a dead cat bounce in this region. Probably good for a dead cat bounce in this region at the minimum. But then just note that if you get a dead cat bounce here, you probably will make a new low from this zone. So just recognize that although it is primed condition for a dead cat bounce in this zone, you probably will make a new low out of these pivots. So a dead cat bounce probably could take us back to about 550, even maybe $6. Or, you know, just trying to pierce this red bar. But I do think that this one makes a new low. Look at CGC go, guys. Wow. So, I mean, I'd watch this one. It is shaping up for a potential little breakout here. Let's look back at SMCI. That one's still firming. Again, guys, we're still holding Tesla on the long side. Right off this 140 level yesterday. Nice bounce. This one probably gets to its gap. So that one's still trying to move up. Nice and steady. Let's see, Apple. We'll look at DHR for its common sense. Apple still hasn't broken out yet, so this is where the Qs could see a massive continuation move, right? We've had that 10-minute chart breakout on the S&P. We've had it on the Qs. And Apple still hasn't broken out. So what if we get Apple breaking out and triggering its inverse head and shoulders? Then that's only going to apply additional upward pressure for this market. Okay? So we'll watch that closely. Our canopy coming into a little bit of consolidation here. Just a touch of consolidation. Let's look back at the semiconductor long. And again, I remember I had a lot of flack buying Soxel down here. And look at that technical bounce on SOXL. And there's likely more. Likely more. Let's look at the Qs again. QQQ still gunning up 1% on the session, coming into its gap. So there is some resistance here on the Qs. You know, after a nice 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 minute grind right into its gap, there is resistance here on the QQQ chart, guys. You're hitting and filling your gap right now. Let's see if some sellers start to present themselves. SMCI. Look back at that. That name's still trending higher. Seeing the QQQ sellers are coming into that gap fill zone. Again, guys, please hit that like button. Hit those comments. Check out my website at tradingcapital.ca where I run a swing trading and day trading service. It's been a pretty stellar session. It's been a really stellar session so far. We were able to trim profits yesterday. We're also able to trim profits today on a nice couple winners. We banked on a huge over 100% on the SPY 503 calls. We're banking on this SMCI. We're in the money on Tesla. So a lot of longs here. No, I'm holding CGC at the moment at 834. I'm holding my CGC at 834. Thank you, Daisy. Wow, Roku up 5%. Yep, Roku's shaking and moving today. So that's another position that we're obviously accumulating in on the long side. Good to see Roku squeezing today. So guys, we've hit quite a few wins. We've hit quite a few wins. And members, my position log is not updated to date. There's still a few things that we have to post profits on, close some trades out, but I will be working with the team to update that. Our Roku position with members is now green off of a massive pop today. Beautiful pop on Roku. Massive, massive pop. Might need to fix the bitrate thingy. I'm at 20,000, 19,000, so it's the highest I can go. Hopefully that's okay. Let's see if there's any other additional settings on the YouTube stream that I can potentially change. Tesla, Nvidia breaking a bull flag, ripping here, guys. SunPower ripping. Walgreens ripping. Biogen's trying to firm up. Everything in the market is starting to just rally with extreme force, guys. Extreme force. I mean, I'm just ready to step away and let this trend ride to the upside. Look at Canopy go, guys. Look at the squeeze. Here we go. Already up 3.5% on that Canopy trade, guys. And we are climbing here. We are climbing sharply. Let's go, Canopy. Smoke it if you got it. Marijuana stocks are printing today. After that 420 a few days ago, you're anticipating probably stronger sales. After that, the busiest cannabis day of the year. Probably Snoop Dogg alone will support Canopy Growth's sales this month. Alright guys, we're still seeing the Dixie coming in. We're seeing the market still trending strongly. Look at SMCI, new high. Look at the SPY, still trending and trying to push for new highs here. Look at the QQQ, still trying to trend and get above 423. So we're still seeing unwavering strength. I'm seeing Nvidia triggering a bit of a 10-minute bull flag. Microsoft seeing a little bit of sellers right now, just some minor selling. SMCI is up 7.42%, guys. This was the name I was most bullish on, and now we are absolutely ripping. Snoop quit smoking weed. No, that was a joke. He was starting some smoker business or something like that. He still smokes. FY 880 is 50% fib, and it's VWAP from the high of April 4th, 880. Oh, interesting. That's a good observation. Did we tap 880? We're tapped around 866. So that's a good observation, Paul. Thank you for that. Again, markets are extended a little bit in the short term. Nat Gas back to the green side. Regionals are outperforming. Canopy up 9. Roku up 5. Massive move on Roku. Good to be long Roku. Sorry, my dog's going a little bit crazy again. CGC. No, that's okay, Chris. TC's holding 2. Sorry, I should have mentioned that. That's okay. CGC is above my... Yep. Snoop quit. Thanks, Snoop. Yeah, thanks, Snoop. Come on, we need a little bit more, though. If we can confirm this 10-minute candle, if we get another higher close here on the 10-minute chart in the next 40 seconds, then you've confirmed the breakout. As of now, you're seeing sellers coming back in. So we have not confirmed the breakout just yet, but it's on a knife edge. It's close. It's close. So no 10-minute chart breakout just yet. Indices are still remaining strong. Amazon curling down a touch. Apple's trying to push up. Again, Apple hasn't triggered its inverse head and shoulders just quite yet, but it's still trying to do so. Canopy Growth, 10-minute confirmation coming in. Are we going to get it? So far, we're confirming 5, 4. No confirmation now. Oh, look at that. Within the last 3 seconds, they did not give us the confirmed break on Canopy. So no confirmation yet. Still, the trend is strong in favor of Canopy Growth, but no breakout just yet. Canopy Growth still trying. SMCI is just a monster today, guys. Just a monster. QQQ, new high of day. New high of day. I mean, this is just craziness, guys. This is just crazy. We are absolutely laughing here. Let's look at CNBC. I just want to pull up that just to see what's going on with CNBC. I'm just going to actually make a new link here. Let's connect a new window. Hopefully it doesn't fuck with my stream. I don't think it will. And it's approaching 10:30, so we've been trading here for about an hour. I am going to step away, make some breakfast, take a little bit of a break, because, you know, on days like these, you don't have to stay in front of the computer when you've made your money early and it's looking like a nice solid trend day. It's much, much easier to step away and then come back for the afternoon and see where we are. Sorry, what's Oh my god, guys, these QQQ market is absolutely insane at the moment. This is crazy price action. Look at the Qs getting super extended. SMCI ripping. Guys, I'm all out of CGC. I sold at 890. I sold at 890. This QQQ is getting a little extended now. Actually, quite a bit extended in the near term. But I sold my CGC for just over 6% gain at 890. And honestly, that's a wrap for the day. I'm going to come back in probably in the late half. Yeah, I was muted there. I had to step away. I am going to take some breakfast, but massive win. Yep, CGC squeezing. I'm all out though, 890. 890 out of CGC. Nice little profit. So a huge win on SMCI, huge win on the SPY. Massive profits across the swing trading with members, but as of now, I am all out of the market, and we'll just have to reassess. Obviously, members, I'm still holding some swing positions, so just stay aware for those alerts. I don't think I'm going to do any other alerts today unless some sort of opportunity presents itself. But wow, what an extraordinary day, guys. Extraordinary day. You now have the QQQ hitting the daily chart resistance. It's tagging its 7-day moving average. I would anticipate a pullback, getting very extended on the RSI. You've had a massive move, consecutive move in a row. So I would naturally expect some sort of a softening in price action here. But as of now, we're just trending. We are still trending here on the Qs. What a crazy, crazy rally, that's for sure. Wow, what a session, guys. What a session. That's for sure. Epic. Epic, epic, epic. SMCI still squeezing, guys. Holy, anyone's still. Great day. Oh, it's a fantastic day. It's sunny outside. We've made profits within the first hour of trading. And I'm going to go get some breakfast, guys. I'm going to step away, get some breakfast. You still haven't even had Apple trigger its bullish pattern yet. So that one's still waiting. Let's look at Tesla. Keep a few of those on. Tesla's still trying to attack its gap fill. All the way back up there. Nvidia's just a monster today. That's ripping and ripping and ripping. No stopping in sight. Alright, I'll take a little scalp short here on the Qs. I'm short the Qs, just common shares. Just common shares. Again, this is a high risk trade because we are in an uptrend. But I got filled at 424.86. Short the Qs. 424.86. Short the QQQ. It's just a little extended in the near term. But again, my stop loss on this trade will probably be around, let's risk about 86. I'll risk 30 cents on the trade. 425.16 stop. And I'm not going to add to the position. Just a one entry on the Qs. It's much bigger than a 1/4 entry, but just one entry. If we just simply do a retrace from this gap up move, you could easily see the Qs retest this 423. They've gotten a little ahead of themselves off of this market exuberant rally. Definitely slightly ahead of itself. Okay, guys, so we are seeing it pull back now. Nice little pullback coming into the Qs. Decent, decent. Right back up. Look at the power in the Qs, guys. What sheer power. Google's still ripping. Meta's trying to rip now. SMCI taking a bit of a breather. All right, there's a little bit more downside. I'm looking for about 50 cents to $1 on this QQQ short. 50 cents to $1. 50-cent target puts us right basically at that 423.36 zone. And then $1 pullback puts us basically at 423.87. Alright guys, I'm moving my stop to slightly in the money on the QQQ short trade by about 5 cents, just so that the trade's risk-free. Look at Tesla go. Tesla's ripping, trying to break out of a flag pattern. You're seeing downside from Meta, Nvidia at the moment, and some other QQQ components. But what a trade. Tom's in the weekly CGC 850 calls plus 60 cents. That's beautiful. I'm leaving some CGC runners. Anyone else? Nice. Yep, Soxel took Ticket to the Sky. Great there. Beautiful, guys. Please, again, hit that like button. Comment, subscribe, check out my website if you haven't done so. But it's been a stellar session. Stellar session. Alright, guys, I'll be back. Again, trade is now risk-free on the queue, so I will see you in a little bit after I get some breakfast and food. And hopefully we can continue to print some profits in the afternoon session. But it's been fan-fucking-tastic, both on the day trade side and the swing trading side today. It's been a wonderful session. Magnificent session, actually. Wow. And all of the profit really came within the first hour. So that is the best thing that could happen to us as trading, when you execute your profits in the first half or the first hour. Alright guys, yeah, I'm going to be back, maybe back before Power Hour, but feel free to drop some tickers in the comments and we'll review some charts together once I'm back. Okay? Alright. See you in a bit, guys. Hey guys, just a quick update. I did close the QQQ day trade there, hit that dollar profit. So QQQ trade is closed for basically $1 per share on the short side. So another trade, rack it up, put it in the books. Green sessions for us across the board. So nice job, guys. Nice job. Okay. So we are seeing the Qs come in a touch here, just a touch. Yeah, I mean, we've had an extended bounce. I do expect a bit of profit taking to occur, which is why we offloaded a bunch of our longs today, took some profits, pared back some profits, adjusted break-even stop loss on many long trades. So I do anticipate there's going to be a wave of selling at some point. You know, we've had a nice 2-day bounce, dead cat bounce. Still a lot of sellers in this market. Still some weak charts, you know, across some mega cap names that haven't technically firmed up just quite yet. But once we get a little bit more of a shakeout occurring, you know, I expect us to chop now in between this 425 range and about 417.70. So there's probably going to be about a $5 range that I think the markets could chop in between. That provides a lot of day trading opportunities for us. Quite a bit of day trading opportunities. QQQ still being defended off this zone. Again, I think that there's some viable support back at that previous little breakout zone and your gap fill. So there is some previous support there. Just going to put the 3-minute chart of the Qs on. Chart still looks okay. Even though we've sold off a touch here on the Qs, the chart still looks technically okay. Do have the Dixie trying to firm up a touch here. Yields are still down. Gold, silver still down. Oil slightly green. Nat gas at the moment is just slightly negative on the session. In case anyone missed that, I did close that QQQ day trade short for just about $1 per share. That was the target. You can see we hit it at almost the near perfect high, pulled back to that 423.88 level. Actually covered at 86 and netting a nice dollar. So now it's important, I still think the Qs can backtest this 423.40, 423.38. But as of now, let's see if we can actually build and potentially do a little bit of a flag pattern. Remember, the S&P 500 is looking rather strong today. You have broken out of an inverted head and shoulders, and the upside target's 511. Do I think we get to 511 today? No. Is there some crazy shot that we could get there today? Yeah, maybe. But definitely we could just chop sideways in a range for the next couple hours while we burn theta. And then we got to wait and see what how the market reacts into the late afternoon. Again, I think your buyable support is at 504. You start losing 504, you're going to go back down to about 502. So as long as you remain above 504, I think your next stop is 506. Lose 504, we go down to about 502. So those are the parameters. At the moment, we've executed a whole host of winning trades today, so congrats if you're able to take that. Please hit the like button. Check out my tradingcapital.ca membership trading service. We have closed today, just over the last 2 days, where I was telling people to go long. We took profits on Lululemon. We took profits on Humana. We took profits on our SOX SOXL long play. We took profits a nice 12.5% on IQ long. So we pulled a bunch of profits today via swing trades and yesterday, and we're still looking to print more. This market is still looking to charge higher and trend a bit in the near term. So until we get the next market signal, we just have to remain vigilant that the markets could easily do a nice solid retrace back up to the high side. Right now, a lot of the move and bounce has been priced into the market. You've had already a $10 bounce off of the lows of the SPY. So that's a pretty big market move. That's a pretty big market move just in the span of a couple days, which is why we've just skimmed some profits. Okay. Alright guys, I'm going to go back silent on the mic. My girlfriend's baking something, cookies or something, so I'm going to go help her out and get some breakfast. On that note, just watch out that we could be in a bit of a sideways chopping range for the next little bit. Yep, CGC is trying to peak back up. Still hasn't taken out that high of day, which is sitting at around 895-ish. Whiskey Business asking, TC, do you recommend some books? A while ago, I can't find them in my notes. Was one TA by Grimes. Would you recommend? I'll pull up the exact book here. It's a very dry book on technical analysis, but it's a technical analysis of stock trends by John McGee. By Robert D. Edwards and John McGee. I'll try putting that in the chat box. Let's see. So technical analysis of stock trends. Sorry, I think I typed that twice. And the author's name or names I'll put in the box here. Those are a couple of the books I do like, or sorry, one of the books I like a lot. And again, it's just pure pattern, repetition of charts, different pattern formation. You go a bit into the Dow theory, a couple other key market observations, but it's a very, very good book. A little dry initially, but if you have a background in TA, you can definitely get through it. Hey guys, sorry about that. The cat, you're right. The cat was doing some trading there and definitely was doing some back-end computer programming, it seems. She was not impressed when I decided to remove her there, but definitely that was the cat at fault, changing the screen. And yesterday she did that too, so she has this tendency to just want to sit on my laptop and just sprawl out and trade alongside with us. So, power of the GG. Hopefully she gave you guys some alpha to trade there. Just stepping back here, quick intraday market update. You've seen nat gas hold its gains. Oil's made a nice bullish reversal, red to green. Oil's now up 1%. So when oil starts to trend and rally and make reversals, that could be a little bit of a tightening form for the market. As of now, S&P is still holding its breakout zone, still holding above this 504 since we've really just been consolidating for the last hour or so. Still technically above 504 makes me more bullish to about this 506.50 area. But the poor aspect of the market is that Apple's starting to lag here. Apple's actually been being sold into pretty much all day as the S&P 500 has been starting to move up. So I mean, with Apple not participating yet, there's two scenarios, right? It could obviously hinder the strength, which as of now, even with the small decline, you can see that Apple put in its high pivot here, selling off. S&P really isn't phased. QQQ, same thing, really not phased, still at the high of the chart. So I still think that Apple's setting up here for a participation rally, and just when people are thinking that, you know, the Qs, the SPYs extended in the short term, likely a good area to short, I think that's when Apple's going to come in, swoop in, and start trying to break out of this little inverse head and shoulders. Again, this would be a powerful rally for Apple, pushing us back to about 171. I still think that is the likelier scenario to happen. As of now, really the only headwind that's moved in favor of the market declining is oil. Oil's made a nice sharp reversal, which is green on the session. Still hovering under 84 bucks a barrel, which means that I think the market can still push a little bit higher. But as of now, oil's really the only thing that's kind of keeping a lid on the market in the near term. You've seen unwavering strength in Nvidia pushing here. You've seen Tesla. Tesla is making a beautiful run to the high side, so that one is still looking to potentially push higher in the near term. It's still actually it's just approaching its gap fill as we speak. Very, very close to hitting its gap on the session here, so Tesla's still looking to break out and surge higher. Falling wedge on the 3-minute QQQ. Yep. Falling wedge on the 3-minute QQQ. Let's just quickly take a look at that. Falling wedges are typically a bullish pattern. 3-minute chart. I don't see a falling wedge on the 3-minute chart of the Qs. What I see right now is just a nice bull flag consolidating. If you're going on the shorter term time frame, you have this ascending triangle pattern, you know, from your highs here. Nice flat top neckline that we've been trying to break out of. This is an ascending triangle, so that's kind of bullish in the near term. Higher low, looking to break out of here. So I don't see a falling wedge. That's an ascending triangle pattern or a bull flag at most. Like a falling wedge pattern is something like this. I'll show you. Let me just see. For instance, this is a falling wedge, this pattern. You know, if you draw it from this previous little pivot, the triangle has to be descending. That's a falling wedge, and then you break out of the wedge. Now you have Apple starting to participate a little bit. So that's going to give extra oomph to the market and probably can push the S&P much higher here in the near term. Again, just this upside pattern of this inverse head and shoulders takes us to 511 on the S&P. And we drew that target in way down here when we went long around that 501 zone. Let's see what we got here. You can keep it off for now. No worries, Eric. No worries. All right, Laura's asking about Tesla earnings. So Tesla, let's look at the Tesla chart here. Apple again starting to participate in the near term. So that's good. So again, Tesla with earnings tonight. This stock has been obviously bruised and battered. So look at this rather large falling wedge pattern. So I have to lean bullish on Tesla. Going into earnings, I don't like making, predictions or whatnot, but going into earnings, I have to lean more bullish on Tesla. Obviously, we've had two negative earnings prints where it caused gap down up here, another earning print over here, another gap down. But notice how the gap downs, they ended up getting bought back up, just lower highs on the session. But with Tesla trading at this long-term support, I have to lean slightly more bullish. With that being said, obviously it's earnings. Anything can go lower. Anything can go lower. The fact that we filled some of these key technical gaps is a positive sign. I'll probably take profits on my day trade just because it's excess liquidity that I don't need to have tied up in Tesla. But as for my swing trade on Tesla, I'm still holding that one. So my Tesla day trade, I'll close by the day end. Even in this range is a nice zone right into this gap fill. But I think there's a little bit more upside today in Tesla. I do think that there's a little bit more upside in Tesla. And again, if Tesla falls, where's the next downside support? Let's take a look. Obviously, the low end of this channel around 137-ish. And then if we go onto the screen here, just zooming in here, we still have a couple key daily gaps that are lurking below. So there's obviously a couple key daily gap fills that we need to be mindful of. You have this large one down here, which is sitting at 133.53. You also have this massive large one going all the way back from January at 122.11. And then finally you have your third one down here at 112.95. So there's still a lot of open bear gaps at the lows there, but Tesla again putting in that positive RSI divergence, higher low, higher low, higher low, getting a bounce here in the short term. Weekly chart not looking so hot. But if Tesla can get a pop on earnings, I think that would create a nice short squeeze. And I still think there's a lot of people short in this name right now. There's a lot of people short, and for good reason. It's been a one that's printed. One of my biggest regrets was I was short Tesla in this range at, I think my average was about 249.9, something like that. And I ended up covering, just around 218, 217, but I wish I held that down because that would have been stellar. Look at how Apple's now curling to the upside here, guys. So that's now starting to see some participation, which obviously that's helping the Qs. Qs are testing the high of day. It's helping the S&P. It's helping everything. It'll help the Dow components. But hopefully that helps you there, Laura. I'll be closing my Tesla day trade by the end of the session. But I will be looking to still swing my long positions here. Another chart I absolutely love, falling in love with, is Adobe, ADBE, classic large cap, one of the biggest large cap stocks there is. This one's had a beautiful consolidation intraday, trying to break above this high range pivot. You get a break above that, this chart has some legs to it. Still extremely, extremely oversold on the daily chart, and this is also putting in a nasty, nasty falling wedge pattern. This is a mean falling wedge pattern on the daily chart. You can arguably say you're trying to break out of it, but that's a nasty, nasty falling wedge pattern. Even if you were to draw it from this little pivot low, that's as bad as clean as a wedge pattern gets until you break it to the upside. So I still like this chart. I still think that Adobe is one that can absolutely get a bounce. Could we go a little bit lower off the zone? Absolutely we could, but nice curling action in the weekly RSI. Daily RSI getting a beautiful little curl here. Trying to break out. Apple's ripping. Apple's starting to rip here. But I do like this Adobe chart very, very much. Canopy growth seeing some pretty sharp declining as of now. So Canopy growth is seeing a little bit of sell side pressure in the near term. But I think it's a couple weeks and Adobe's back at 500. This is a rather nice base that it's building. Looking at Canopy, that one's coming in pretty sharply at the moment, guys. You're welcome, Laura. You're welcome. Apple, let's see if Apple can break out here, guys. Let's see if Apple can break out. Nice decline there in Canopy. Let's see if Aurora's also seeing the downside. A little bit of downside there. Let's check out MSOS. Still struggling here. IWM. Still trying to surge and press. Let's flip back to the S&P. So at the moment, I'm seeing Tesla weakening a touch. Amazon still pressing. Google still holding near the highs of its session, although there's a little bit of a 10-minute distribution doji occurring. Nvidia is just putting in some consolidation on the hourly chart, as well as the 10-minute chart, still holding above 819 like a champ. Amazon testing 179, going for a gap fill. So Amazon does have a gap fill sitting at 179.20. There might be a shortable level on Amazon around 179.20, 179.50 maybe, 179.74. Keep Amazon on watch. I will call out a bit of a short trade if we get another little push here. S&P new highs, and you can see Apple still hasn't broken out yet, but it's trying. It's trying to firm up, and the big question is if Apple firms up, how high can we go? How high can we go? Look at this trend day in the S&P. What a monster trend. Tough one to short. Oil ripping here, guys. Energy stocks, look at energy stocks. They're probably going to make another move higher here. Valero's triggering an inverse head and shoulders, guys. Don't know if I showed you this, but this is another member alert that I just sent out today. Another buy on the long side, but take a look at this chart. VLO shaping up for a nice inverse head and shoulders. You've done some consolidating on the daily. You had a sharp pullback over this recent decline. I think Valero's ready for its next leg up here, and it's going to be a powerful one, I think. I think Valero's shaping up to be a powerful rally to the upside, potentially catching a second leg. I mean, you have to anticipate that the earnings for some of these energy stocks are going to be sky high with oil ripping. Obviously, earnings tomorrow is risky, but I'm anticipating very strong earnings from these energy companies and refineries. But a nice clean chart 10-minute breakout on Valero. Also seeing Apple now firming up. So again, when you start to see leading stocks, Apple, Valero, trying to firm up across the board, it could help push the indices even much, much more higher. Nat gas, again, oil's still trying to move higher here. Still no technical breakout on Apple just quite yet. It's trying. It's trying. Alright guys, I'm just going to go silent on the mic. I'm here. I'm just having to update a couple things on the website. Feel free to put in the chat box if you have any questions. I am seeing NVIDIA breaking down, so that could be a little bit of a hindrance to the Qs. You're seeing as NVIDIA is falling, Apple's trying to break out. So some of that liquidity shuffling from the Qs to NVIDIA, out of NVIDIA to Apple. Adobe's trying to make a breakout here. Qs are now coming in a touch. NVIDIA is weakening a little bit more. Alright guys, I just exited my Tesla day trade from a couple days ago. Basically we had an average of 139.99. I just sold the Tesla day trade, still holding my swing. I repeat, still holding the swing with members. But the day trade I just sold, just pulling some profits, more profits today out of the market ahead of those earnings. Look at that, a whopping 4.5% on a day trade. So nice job. Nice job on that position, guys. Alright, Apple's still trying to break out here of this little range, which means that the S&P likely going to try to keep trending higher in the near term. Look at how we've held this 7-day moving average pretty sharply, right? Had a little bit of a dip here, back up, a little bit more of a dip, back up. And this could just be a nice slow grind into the end of the day. Doesn't have to make a large move, the S&P. It just could be a nice slow grind. Adobe ripping here, guys. Adobe's trying to break out of an hourly pattern here. Nice hourly bull flag. A little bit of a decline coming back into the equity markets here. The downside's being observed in NVIDIA really at the moment, and a little bit in Meta. A little bit in Meta. Crypto stocks still phenomenally strong at the moment. Apple's still trying to curl and break out here. No official breakout just yet. S&P is still seeing every little dip being gobbled up. All right. So I just got word, members, that the position log will be updated tonight by the end of the day, if not sooner. It's Common Sense asking about WCN or WM. Which one I like better? Just give me a couple minutes here. I'll review that chart in a second. Guys, has anyone looked at K-Web? That thing is just a monster. Just ripping. Ripping. Wow. Quite extraordinary. You have Apple trying to wake up a little bit. All right, let's take a look at WCN for its common sense. Just give me a second here. I just want to do some work on my other screen, just on some larger time frames. So you're seeing a little bit of a bearish crossover today of the 20 and the 50-day moving average. Last time we saw that bullish crossover, WCN ended up having a rally to the highs of about 28%. So I just want you to be mindful that you are starting to get a bearish crossover of some key moving averages. Doesn't guarantee a decline, but there is a crossover of the 20 and the 50 that is happening today, which typically means that the near-term trend is starting to see some distribution. So again, take a look at the last time we got this crossover was here, and it resulted in bullish continuation move. So this is a key area. The bulls want to see WCM get above the 50 to negate this crossover. But I mean, if this starts to come out and act as resistance, you're going to see this test probably 158, likely this gap fill. on WCN. Let's look at WM, Waste Management. I know this one's been in a tear of an uptrend. So very similar price action, again, getting a bit of a bearish crossover, but this one's a little bit stronger because you're actually above the 50 and you're actually above the 20. So you're getting a nice bounce off the 50 MA here. Likely you're going to push to new highs on WM. So just based off of pure technicals alone, WM looks like the stronger chart to me. Waste Management, WM. And again, this is sold off from really an all-time high RSI pivot. You're now getting your first bounce. Watch this closely, because if you put in a lower high off this bounce, markets are going to look to take out these lows at 204. And you can still see it's very, very extended. Definitely a safety trade by many participants. You know, where I could see this probably retesting at some point is this key zone here, from your pivot high to your pivot high. I'd be a buyer at the 20-week moving average on WM. As of now, you know, it is putting in signs of a positive reversal. Obviously the market's strong. Did a lot of shaking out here, hitting the 50-day, really since the first time since we were back down in this zone. So there is some support here. And this one does have a shot to make new highs, WM. So I'd have to lean with that name. Alright, QQQ coming in a little bit. NVIDIA really starting to break down a touch here, guys. So we are seeing NVIDIA breaking down quite a bit. Coming in, it's actually losing 816.18. Nice little breakdown on the 5-minute chart. Apple's still trying to press higher here. Let's look at what the S&P is doing. So the S&P is still holding up very, very well at the moment. Still holding up very, very well. So you're definitely seeing a little bit of selling coming back into the S&P. It's Common Sense saying Waste Management reporting earnings tomorrow. Thank you, thank you. I see your comment there, Whiskey Business. If you're looking, I took some positions in COHR, AMPH, SNES. I'm also watching MYO and MMYT. I'm going to take a look at those in a second. It's Common Sense. We are seeing the markets come under a little bit of pressure here in the near term. Oil's still trying to press higher. Same thing with nat gas. Equities still trying to press a bit higher. Seeing some weakness coming back into Apple, Nvidia, Google seeing some minor selling, Amazon seeing some minor selling. So the QQQ pulling back a little bit here. Still technically very strong. We are seeing pullbacks being bought at the moment. The Dixie's continuing to see some downward pressure, which is obviously going to be helpful for the market. Definitely going to be helpful. Look at the monster surge. S&P looking to make new highs here. It's continuing to grind. Huge bounce on Nvidia. Apple's now trying to get going yet again. Trying to firm up from this downsloping inverse head and shoulders. But a monster push back up in the indices. So guys, one of the viewers, Laura, was asking about Tesla earnings tonight. I'm expecting a bounce, but considering we are going long into this meeting with common shares, I'm going to hedge that common shares with some puts. Just in case it gets a negative reaction and falls, I am hedging my position with some puts. Members, you just received the alert. You should have received the alert. So I'm hedging my common shares. That is simply the hedge that I put in the chat is simply a hedge. It's not a trade that I'm expecting to win. It's actually a trade I'm hoping to lose, because then that means my common shares will be doing much better. So the put option I like to use as a hedge because it's a defined risk. So in the event that we're wrong on the trade, at least we can be insulated in the event that Tesla collapses on earnings. So again, it's just a hedge. I'm expecting that hedge to lose, but it's just proper risk management heading into the earnings report. All right, so I'm almost done updating some of these positions here. I just got to put in the trade history, the positions that we've closed over the last week or so. It's been several winners, so it's good to see we're still just chugging along here. Chugging along here, TC members. I'm still watching the charts here, but just updating a few things. All right, where did we leave off on the 18th? Okay. Cover Netflix 557.81. Netflix having a really strong dead cat bounce today. A really strong dead cat bounce. So it's good that we exited our short. $808.58. So, Whiskey Business, yep, I still have those Tesla calls. April 26th down on the position, but anything could change today with earnings after the bell. Chris saying CGC violated the 50-minute MA for the first time, not going to give it much more room to run. Yeah, that's probably the smart thing to do, Chris. Bart asking how low could Tesla go, lower than 139. Yeah, Tesla can go lower than 139. If earnings come out pretty horrific, Tesla's still in a strong downtrend, not good sentiment around Tesla, underperforming the S&P 500, the Nasdaq, pretty much every single stock in the S&P 500, Tesla's underperforming. But Tesla could easily fall another 10%. 10% gap down from here would put us basically into the 130 range. 130 range. I'd likely double my position on Tesla. If we got a big gap down of 10%, I'd probably double my position. But again, I much prefer heading into earnings with common shares on the long side and using put options to hedge the downside risk. Obviously, if you're in no position, you could take a wild gamble and swing. I think due to the fact that it's at this long-term support zone, it does favor a more likely bounce. But again, last couple earnings have been not so good for Tesla. Not so good for Tesla. Granted, the rate environment has put a lot of pressure on the vehicle market, and especially EV. But we'll see what happens. But Tesla can absolutely pierce this low that it's made on earnings if it's a negative reaction. Hopefully that helps. Sounds good. Whiskey Business. Chris Maker saying UVIX has violated a 4-hour trend line from March 27th. 960 might be a nice entry if short. Let's take a look at UVXY. Yeah, this has been bludgeoned, right? Bludgeoned. Losing the key 20 moving average today. Not a healthy sign for the UVXY. And this is why it's just an example of this is just a quick short-term trading vehicle. We had a long at 35, caught the nice little breakout pop. We sold a little bit early at 39.37, but netted our trade. And just like that, we could re-enter down here at a lower price, but I'm not quite ready. I'm not quite ready to buy more downside protection just yet. Close. Maybe I'll start inching in again at some point, but not yet. For me, at least. Yeah, and Bart, just recognize, like, if you have common shares and Tesla fell to 130, I would be buying there more. I'd be accumulating my position. So just leave yourself some capital to DCA if it goes lower. Hey there, Chris. Chris is asking, what is my sell discipline after a nice move? What do you use to let it run or cash out? So that's a good question. That's obviously different for every single trader's risk tolerance, whether or not I know a lot of traders that just like to cash out their full position. When I'm usually doing an options play on the long or short side, I like to pretty much cash out the whole position, or roughly 75% of it, and leaving about 25% runners. Now for common shares, I like to usually sell the half of the position and move stop loss to break even. That's usually how I trade around that. So again, options I sell most, roughly 75% of the position. Leave a little bit of runners. Common shares I'll leave 50% on the table and sell half. So take profits on half and leave half running with a break even. I like doing that common shares because it's a little bit easier to manage, no theta going against you, and monitoring a break even stop loss on your common shares is pretty even. It's pretty easy, I should say. Especially if you're in a household name. But again, pull most of my profits off on options contracts, and I usually like to leave half of the runners on the common shares. But it's honestly a case-by-case difference. There could be... It's really an intermarket analysis, a quick snap judgment thing. A stock could hit major resistance while the markets are hitting major resistance, and then I'm more inclined to sell the full position. Versus, for instance, this Lulu trade, I'll actually pull up Lulu. So Lulu's a stock that we have been accumulating on the long side with members, and we've actually made a nice little chunk of change on it already. So this stock, no one wanted, it's been thrown out. We were accumulating in this range. My average on Lulu is sitting here at 341.86 common shares long. We actually just trimmed half the position yesterday at the highs, and now we're leaving 50% of the position on the table with the break-even stop. So I mean, this name could easily keep running for us, and then we'll bank more profits. So that's just how I've done, this particular position. And what was interesting about this position is it was getting clobbered way before the S&P 500 major indices. So I mean, it's nice to see that this one started bouncing before the decline ended, and now that the indices have bounced, it's really seen a sharp bounce to the upside. So this position was hitting massive technical support way before the indices. So therefore, now that the indices are getting a bounce and things are firming up again, since this is still way more oversold, it likely has more room to run. So that's one of the reasons why I just sold half and leave half the runners on the table. Another one, for instance, swing trade long with members, Humana. One that's been beaten to a pulp, and yesterday we sold half the position. Again, my average here on Humana is sitting at 309.17, just common shares. And basically we sold half at the high of yesterday, and it's pulled back a little bit, but we're still leaving runners on this position. So, a lot of trades are risk-free. So this is a scenario where I've left, 50% of the position still on the table. I mean, one that had a stellar move today, IQ. This was one that I pulled the full position off today. IQ again trying to break out here, but when we just bought in at the lows on Friday, at the Friday low, what was it? I think 404 or 403 or something like that we bought in. And you get a 2-day pop up 12%, I take my profits. So it's all relative, right? If we get a big move quickly, I'll take my profits because the markets are giving them to me. But if we're just grinding higher, day after day, slightly, then I'm going to leave the position to ride a little bit longer. So again, it changes based off of every single chart. It changes based off of market resistance, market support levels. Changes what type of data we're heading into. If we're heading into a CPI day, and I'm expecting CPI to pump, I might be a little bit more defensive and pull the positions off early. So I mean, there's a lot of things that come into whether or not I sell the full position, half the position, a quarter position. So it's always on a case by case basis. It's never really black and white for me. But the thresholds I do like to use are 50%, pull the 50% of the position off, move stop to break even. And then for options, I like to pull off 75% of the position and move stops to break even for the rest of the 25%. That's just my personal perspective. Hopefully that helped. Hey guys, so we've seen a nice continuation move here in the indices. We are continuing to push higher. QQQ setting higher highs, higher lows still in the overall trend. You can see Apple still testing this little neckline inverse head and shoulders breakout, trying to get above this reversal pivot. I do think that if you get above this on a nice 10-minute close, that's when Apple could really start to see some legs. A few other stocks we mentioned earlier, like Valero, still running from that entry, triggering also an inverse head and shoulders breakout, currently above that little neckline. You look at Adobe, we mentioned that one earlier. That one's continuing to skyrocket to the upside. You look at that KWeb ETF, that thing is just absolutely looking insanely monsterish, continuing to march higher and higher. So a lot of strength still in this market. Sorry about that, guys. Just had another cat. All right, jumping back into the swing of things here. You've actually seen the QQQs continue to grind higher, approaching this little bit of a wedge pattern again. Let's see if we want to break it to the downside. Typically, that is a bearish pattern, upsloping wedge, but market's still strong, putting in higher highs, higher lows on this session. So it's a tough trend to fight. Obviously, Apple's still waiting for a real technical breakout. There is a little bit of a 10-minute chart pattern triggered with this head and shoulders. If you're a little bit more conservative and waiting for more data, then Apple has this other head and shoulders that it's still technically not above the neckline just yet. But if that one starts to get going, look out, because this market will absolutely start to rip. Looking at CGC, Canopy Growth, continuing to set higher highs on the session. Beautiful, beautiful market structure in the cannabis names. Nice continuation move. These ones, again, are shaping up for another attempt at a breakout. So you look at this downsloping trend line, that's probably where CGC is heading to in the short term. And then if you get above there, I mean, you could test this high pivot at 18. You know, ACB, Aurora Cannabis, I know you guys have been discussing some of the names. Gigi back trading, yes she was. Trying to place a Chewy order. Tom's going long Chewy because of Gigi. Nicely done. Aurora, very similar chart to Canopy Growth. Also trying to stage another breakout here. Alright, so let's jump into another position to talk about. Nat Gas, just absolutely on a freaking tear here. Nat Gas on a tear. Look at that move into the 209. Technical breakout today on Nat Gas has been observed. If you're one of the more cautious traders, this is a beautiful technical breakout on Nat Gas. Structurally beautiful, beautiful technical breakout. Nice to see. Nice to see, guys. Nice to friggin' see. Members, I'm about to send another alert. We just closed another win for just over 10%, 10.94% with members. We took a nice little long trade on Boyle, and I just closed that for a nice win today. Do I think Nat Gas has more upside? Yes, but I mean, these levered ETFs, I just like to be in and out of them. Nice double-digit gain on Nat Gas. We bought in at 13.33. Members got the alert, and we just sold it. So nice trade there for Nat Gas and members. Again, we entered this Boyle trade really back here on April 16th, and in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 trading sessions, a lovely 10% gain in our pocket. Thank you very much. We'll take that any day of the week. Another base hit. Oil's starting to rip here. It's continuing to show unwavering strength at this point in time. Looking at oil, this just starts to adjust my inflation expectations. So one of the reasons why the markets had such a ferocious bounce is because oil was falling as the market was bouncing. Now the last couple of days, look at oil pushing right back up, trying to continue its march higher. So oil is certainly a problem in this range. Oil is certainly a problem in this range. We are seeing Apple running into some near-term sellers. Qs are also trying to break this rising wedge pattern. which typically is bearish. All right, guys, just jumping back into the swing of things here. Apple's still holding a little bit more sturdier than, say, the Qs. Apple's trying to push up here, QQQ, seeing a little bit of sell-side pressure. At the moment, couple things that I'm observing. I think that the indices could be in for a little bit of a sell-side program. I'm seeing the oil way too strong here. Oil is just ripping, now closing above $83 a barrel, up 1.6%. You have nat gas breaking out, so I mean two super inflationary moves in the energy front. Nat gas is up 2.65%. So definitely seeing a little bit of issues here in the near term that could signal a bit of weakness creeping into the market in the near term here. So definitely watch this QQQ. Definitely watch this QQQ because there could be a little bit of a late day sell in my opinion. They've had a tremendous rally. Obviously what could negate that is if Apple gets above and starts triggering this inverse head and shoulders on both little time frames. So still watching to see how Apple performs here. Chris is saying if we were to take a contrarian view, this is where CGC would put in a lower high. Yeah, potentially, right? There's always that scenario. And let's be clear, right? The marijuana companies are not strong companies. Sure, you've had 420 that's being some momentum. Sure, you may have the elections with legalization potentially around the corner. But they're still very, very weak companies. Horrific balance sheets across the board. Apple trying to move higher here, guys. Apple is trying to press here a little bit. Still think Apple's definitely underperformed and could try to lift the Qs here. Still have all sectors green on the session. Let me just double check that. Actually, I think energy was negative, but energy's probably made a reversal because of how strong oil is. Yeah, so the only sector red right now is materials, XLB. Let's actually take a look at that XLB chart because it's somewhat interesting in this range. So look at that materials chart, XLB, retesting and actually at some decent support here, this high pivot breakdown zone. I would love to see a retest back to this zone, but we may not get it. This may be where XLB tries to bounce with the markets. It's hitting a nice previous fib level here at the 618, back testing that. Let's see if we get any sort of a measured Fibonacci retrace. Not from that pivot. Not from that pivot. Again, I like materials names. I think that this sector has broken out of a strong uptrend and it's now pulling back. It's having its first pullback in its breakout zone. So typically you can buy these leading sectors. So what I'm going to encourage you to do, I'm actually going to do it here on my other screen. I'm going to go to my XLB and just look at my materials names, and I'm going to run through a whole bunch of material charts. XLB, still watching the broad market as a whole, looking potentially at some put options, but not looking to take them just yet. Alright, XLB, so we have about 27 tickers in the XLB ETF, and I'm just going to go through them right now one by one, looking at some potential long setups on XLB. I'm also looking at maybe a QQQ put, guys. I'm looking at maybe a QQQ put option. Let me just go to a smaller time frame here. I'm just going to the 1 minute chart of the Qs. Guys, get ready. I'm very close to potentially exercising maybe even a 424 put. Let's see. Just want to see what these options are priced at the moment. Nvidia is trying to make another leg higher here. Potential another inverse head and shoulders on Nvidia. That's looking rather bullish and strong. Google trying to move up, still getting some decent consolidation on Apple. Tough one to short at this point. I'm still looking at these puts. I'm looking at 425 0 DTEs. They're right now sitting at 29 cents a contract. But I am seeing positive price action coming back into Nvidia, which is always tough to go against Nvidia in the short term. Let's see what else here. How's Microsoft doing? Microsoft seeing a little bit of near-term sell side. Final 30 minutes of trading, guys. 30 minutes of trading. Right now, the S&P is up 1.13. Russell's up 1.69, outperforming. Qs are up 1.6. Apple up 0.6. Nvidia up 3.9. Microsoft up 1.5. AMD up 2.9. SMCI, that was our best trade of the day. It's up 7% right now. AVGO's up 2.3. Tesla's up 2. Tesla earnings after the bell. So watching to see if that mega cap can bounce off this levels. QQQ is looking to come down. Those puts are starting to look a little bit more appealing, but I still haven't taken it yet. I'm still just waiting to see what's going to transpire here. Nvidia's bull flag chart, another little inverse head and shoulders, kind of scaring me. Alright, so Qs are just stabilizing in this region. Apple, again, still looking okay. Google's trying to catch a bid. It's Common Sense is asking, is it European CPMI that could have brought the XLM down? So manufacturing input prices continue to fall. That's potentially a good point. I really hadn't thought about it that way. But potentially, yeah, that's what that could signal. I'm just going to keep scrolling through some materials names here. We're going to look at the daily charts and see if there's any sort of setups. So LYB is the next one. Seeing if there's any sort of a day trade long. Sitting right on your 50-day moving average here. Potential little bear flag though forming. I don't really like that setup as much. Let's look at NUE. That's actually been under pressure. You know, also there's been a lot of pressure on materials from the commodity-based stocks like copper and steel. Obviously, look at this gap down in earnings. What a monster sell-off on Nucor. Huge gap down. Decently enough, you are coming up into some support here, but is it a buyable area? Let's find out if there's any sort of factors in this range, but you're knifing through the EMA 113. Typically, you do get a bounce after you knife through the EMA. Let's look at the weekly chart. Blasting through the weekly 20 moving average. So no real massive support yet on the daily. Let's see this, if we drag this fib level down. You can maybe see a 175 pivot bounce coming up shortly. Not quite there yet, but maybe at this 175 level, a pierce of 175, you could get a bounce in this name. All right, let's keep moving through the list. PKJ. Again, these aren't the most exciting stocks, these materials names, but they typically, when they do start to catch a trend, it's generally a powerful one. Laura, I made dollars on SMCI today. Thank you, Laura. Much appreciated. Yeah, SMCI was a monster trade for us. Monster trade, both on the call and just the common share side. Alright, so let's keep scrolling through. This is PKG, also gapping down on earnings. Let's look at Newmont now, NEM. That's obviously some exposure to the gold market. Yeah, I don't know what I make of that, Chris. MSOS lagging. It's not a positive sign, but maybe it plays catch up. There's always that scenario. You can see on the daily chart a Newmont here hit back testing your EMA 113 on the daily, trying to form a nice little inverted head and shoulders base. This is a big level. If you can hold this EMA, I do think that there could be a breakout attempt. Obviously, it's factoring on what gold is. This miner is actually underperformed when, despite gold's super strong price action, this Newmont miner has actually been such a lagger, which is not a healthy thing. I mean, you've broken your long-term trend a while ago, and it's just underperformed really since you broke this area. So nothing crazy there. Alright guys, I just took a 425 0DTE put on the Qs. 425 0DTE put on the Qs. Size that for loss. I'm only going in with 20 contracts filled at 21 cents. Filled at 21 cents. 425 put. Filled at 21 cents a contract. Again, this is a high risk play into the close. I'm still expecting a bit of a pullback. I think you can even get them a little cheaper than I can right now. They're at 20 cents. And again, this is sized for loss. Alright, let's keep scrolling through here. I'll watch the markets as we progress. PPG, another company. I'm seeing Amazon, Nvidia running into some near-term sellers at the moment. PPG weekly chart breaking down. Daily chart, yeah, that's a nasty looking chart at the moment on PPG, except for the fact that there might be a trend line you're hitting right now. Let's see. Still a little bit lower on this trend line, and then you're hitting some decent support. Alright guys, contracts are moving up right now. We're up about 3 cents. 3 cents per con. We're basically just teetering between flat and negative. So we're looking for a 425 put to get in the money, or simply just fall close to the money. Here we go guys, here we go. Here's our put play. It's starting to move up. Let's see if we can make another little chunk of change here on the 0DT play into the close. Obviously this is high risk, and like I said earlier, it's size for loss. I only have 20 contracts, and I'm willing to let that go to zero. Not necessarily gonna go to zero. I may cut it if it starts to go against us, but just going into the trade with the expectations of letting that position go to zero generally allows you to put yourself in a better position to make money on the trade. Alright, contracts are moving against us a little bit, actually just break even at the moment. Still just floundering in this range. Let's look at FCX, that's a copper play. So FCX has been strong up until this last little bit. Definitely seeing a pullback with copper stocks. Earnings reaction, not that bad. Still holding, you know, it's down a little bit today, down a couple percent, but really not that bad in the grand scheme of things at the moment. Let's look at DOW, Dow. So we're just going through the materials sector because I do think that's the next sector poised to see a technical bounce off of its continuation breakout move. Alright, so we're still seeing the Qs come in. We're sitting up about 3 cents on those 425 puts. Dow looking a little bit bearish at the moment, consolidating under the 50-day here for the last few sessions. Should be a little concerning. Let's see, Steel Dynamics is also down. CE, what's the CE chart looking like? Microsoft seeing a bit of sellers. Same thing with Nvidia. Tesla's trying to move up off of a trend line. Apple trying to break out but getting short-term rejected. Nat gas still strong. Oil still strong. QQQ still up about 1.63% on the session. The CE chart also looking slightly bearish, putting in a little bit of bear consolidation. It's interesting, a lot of these materials names earnings reports have been weak reactions, so it kind of sets the tone maybe for the majority of them to come out weak, but there will be those few that typically surprise. QQQ still just hovering in this range. Wow, look at that fall on IP. Let's see this. So we're still seeing sellers taking hold of this IP. I am watching this trend line going all the way back to your 2008 GFC crisis collapse, connecting through here your COVID low. So there is a bunch of support coming into this range on IP. I would look at and watch this name if you're looking at materials names on the long side. This one's had a nice decline. It could find some support at 33 bucks. Alright, still just waiting for the Qs. Again, I'm writing 425 0DT put at 21 cents a contract. They're up to about 24 cents right now. Let's see what else I'm looking at. BALL. Again, these aren't your typical news-based stocks and tickers that people look at. They're a little bit of the slower movers, kind of your boring companies, you know, solid businesses all the way around. Now this ball chart's not looking too bad. Obviously with earnings you gotta wait for this reaction, but this is one in a strong uptrend right now. This one could potentially continue higher. You had your nice stage 1 basing formation, which was over here. This was your stage 1. You had even a little bit of a fake breakdown out of that stage 1, and now you've broken out. I think any back test of these high pivots can be bought. But this chart's looking like it wants to press higher, at least to the weekly 200. You're starting to flatten out that weekly 200. So that's a nice positive sign. I'd keep this one on watch. Alright, QQQ coming in, guys. So these puts are now starting to print. Let's see if we can get 425s in the money. Everyone should have had the opportunity to enter. It even had a better entry than myself. If you didn't catch that trade right when I called it, you could have even had a better entry myself. We're up about 8 cents per contract right now. 425s are looking to get in the money. It's beautiful to see this chart break down here. Come on, get 425s in the money, guys. We're up 10 cents a con right now. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Come on. We're up about 30%, a little bit more. 33%. Qs are trying to bounce though. Again, the sell side really came from Nvidia there. Google, Meta, and Amazon. Apple still holding steady. Microsoft holding steady. Come on, one more little flush in the Qs will take us into some profits here on a nice little 0DTE play that everyone has had the opportunity to enter in. Alright, we're up about 10 cents. Come on, Qs. Flush to 425. Give us these contracts in the money, and I will forever love you. If you're wanting to pull back and pare back some profits, we're up about 33% on the trade right now. I have no qualms. I'm going to let it ride because it's sized for loss. So again, I'm going to see if we can get a flush into that 425 strike zone. The prudent thing to do is to trim profits since we are up 33, 34%. Seeing the Qs get a bounce here. But we're seeing Nvidia also starting to give up some of its move here. But on the other side, Apple's trying to push higher here. So a little bit of a struggle, a battle here between Nvidia and Apple at the moment. Apple pushing, Nvidia coming in. Amazon now coming in. Which way are the Qs going to go? Does appear that they're trying to push the Qs back up. QQQ, big push right back up. Apple's just ripping now, so Apple's the one doing the heavy lifting, and that was what we were expecting, right? We've said Apple's been lagging. Even one of the viewers asked about Apple lagging, and now look, Apple's starting to rip. Guys, I'm going to cut these QQQ puts off at break even, so I'm sitting break even at 21 cents. If we go back to 21 cents on the 425 put, I will take a break even stop. Right now we're sitting at 26 cents, 25 cents. But I will cut these at break even just because Apple's firming up and it's trying to lift the Qs as a whole. So again, break even, my mental stop is at 21 cents. Still in them. But just so everyone's aware, watch your contracts appropriately. And I will be taking a break even if we push back to 21 cents a contract. Right now we're still up to 27 cents, so we're in the money nicely still. Just over 25%. We're climbing. Come on. Come on, Qs. Come on, Qs. Give us a little flush into the end of the day. That would be lovely. Microsoft's now looking a little heavier, so is Meta. Our contracts are up. We're now 11 cents in the money. Come on. Give us 425s. Here we go, guys. Here we go. And I won't, if we flush into 425s, I'll be hitting the sell button pretty quickly. Since it's even only the last 14 minutes left in the session, I'll be hitting that sell button fairly quickly if it flushes, guys. So just be ready because there's a slight delay. There's about a 5 to 10 second delay here on the stream, so I'm warning you now. We are flushing. We are up nicely. 13 cents a contract. Come on. Come on. 42 cents per con gets us another 100% win. That would be pretty crazy. 200% options wins. One at the open, one at the close. That would be nice. That would be absolutely nice. And it's certainly coming in. We're sitting at 33 cents a contract now. Come on, Qs. Push down, push down. Again, this is where you should be taking profits. But I'm letting it ride a little bit more here. Come on, Qs. Give us 425. We are looking heavy at the moment. Come on, we're up to 35 cents a con, guys. Let's do this. Let's do this. We're up over 50% at the moment. Qs are getting a bounce, though. Come on, give us one little flush, Qs. Don't pump it. Lots of volume starting to appear. Dixie's still weak on the session, getting below 106 right now. 105.67. I have Microsoft and Apple trying to push heavier though, push higher. Alright guys, I am going to cut the Qs here for a win. I cut the Qs at 30 cents a contract. Whoa, look at that pop. I cut the Qs for 30 cents a contract. I repeat, I cut them at 30 cents a contract, so rode them from 21 cents to 30 cents per share. That's a nice little win into the end of the day. You can still cut them here roughly at the same price, a little less, but I exited my QQQ contracts at 30 cents a con. So that was roughly about 42% gain on the trade in a few minutes. Alright guys, I think that's about it for me on the session. I am going to just close this stream up right now. And since it was a wonderful, wonderful session, you're seeing names that we've accumulated both on the long and the short side starting to perform well. Members, we've taken a significant amount of profits. Good to see that we've been positioned well on the short side with the decline, nicely positioned on the long side with this rally. So we've been in a good ebb and flow on the swing trade side, and hopefully we can continue to keep this trend going. Again, if you're not following my member and trading service, definitely check it out at tradingcapital.ca. There were a few new positions that we entered today, And again, we also took profits on a few positions, so we've been fairly active over the last couple sessions. On that note, I just want to say thank you all. I'm going to keep the stream going for Tesla. I may hop on the mic, but honestly, it's been a good day. I want to kind of unwind a little bit. I'm going to take a sauna, go for a nice infrared sauna with my girlfriend, and we'll call it a day. But at this point, you can even exit the QQQ puts at a better level than I did. 425s do appear to be in the money. But again, great day. Anybody that caught CGC, SMCI, Tesla, I mean, the SPY call in the morning, it was pretty tremendous, pretty tremendous. So I know most of you did catch those trades, so good job. If you didn't, tune back in tomorrow. Let's see if we can make some more money tomorrow on the live stream. On that note, thank you all, and I'm just going to mute the mics, and we'll see how Tesla's earnings react after the bell. Remember, sympathy plays on Tesla, Rivian, NIO, and watch other car stocks too, because I think if Tesla weakens, you might see the other ICE vehicles perform, maybe like Ford, Toyota, and so on and so forth. So watch Tesla. It's going to be market moving for sure. If something crazy happens, maybe I'll hop on, but just stay tuned. I will have my phone with me in the sauna watching this as well, and hopefully we get a nice little pop on Tesla. That's certainly something that could happen, but at the same time, you could get another 10% decline or more. All right, guys, on that note, I'm just going to go silent, and we'll see how Tesla can react into the close here. All right, guys, the market is closed. Let's await Tesla earnings and see what type of a reaction we're going to get here. At the moment, Tesla's slightly down, but let's see. All right, so we're seeing Tesla, a little bit of volume trying to come in here. Still no real movement yet. Obviously, the expectations on Tesla have been diminished with this decline. Harsh sell side pressure continuing to occur in Tesla. So let's see if we get a pop. Nice. So we have Tom doing a little bit of an... Who was doing the Iron Condor? Tom, yep. Iron Condor, very wide. And fuck short puts, fingers crossed. Yep, fingers crossed. Let's see what happens here. Tesla catching a little bit of a buyer's bid. Does anyone know what the implied move is? I haven't looked at that. It's probably about, what, 8 to 10% on Tesla. Also watching names like Rivian. Rivian's so oversold down here that if any sort of positive catalyst hits Tesla, you're going to see, oh, look at the big spike up and then big wick down. Look at Tesla trying to go here, guys. Look at it go. It is starting to rip here. Oh, getting sold into. So they say the first move is the wrong move. We're getting lots of volatility here on Tesla, guys. A lot of crazy. Look at the spike in Tesla. Come on. Let's go, Tesla. It's coming in now. They say the first move is the wrong move, but it's trying. You're getting lots of volatility here. Lots of volatility here on Tesla. It is up right now in the after hours. Moving up nicely. You're teetering. Tesla missed. Adjusted EPS is a miss. Lower volume growth, but the stock is just ripping. So likely this was priced in. Look at this pump go, guys. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Come on, Tesla. Push, 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 push. Again, this is one of the longs that we accumulated with members here at TC. We're already in the money nicely. Tesla's starting to pump here to the high side. Look at this, guys. So it's looking to accelerate the launch of new models. Look at Tesla go, guys. This is going to be a face. If Tesla can hold these gains, this is going to be a face ripper rally tomorrow in the Qs. Face ripper. You're going to get shorts just covering up the yin yang, up the wazoo. Tesla at the high hitting about 5.49% there. Sorry, it's actually up much more. Right now it's up 7.29%. Good to see. This is one of our biggest long positions in our portfolio with TC members. And Rivian's catching a nice little bid. Expect Neo to rip. Expect, yeah, Rivian, Neo are the main ones. Neo, really no movement yet. No movement in Neo. Tesla's still managing to hold up. Guys, I think NIO is going to be a sympathy trade on NIO. I am expecting that one to play sympathy. Tesla seeing a little bit of sell side pressure though, starting to come in a touch. Still very, very strong. Alright guys, I'm going to go back silent on the mic. I'll watch this reaction from my phone. If anything drastic changes, I'll be sure to let you know. But so far, positive reaction on Tesla's earnings report. As of now, obviously there still could be huge movement across the earnings call with Elon Musk. He could be a wild card, right? You never know how the market's going to anticipate. You know, maybe he announces something big. Maybe there's something to do with Optimus again or FSD. Who knows? But a lot of things could shake up the earnings call right now. Nice positive momentum, and it's looking to build. Tesla's currently up a decent amount in the after hours session here, up over 6%. And again, this name is so oversold that you could see an easily 10% up day tomorrow. So nice job, nice job. Bart's saying he just pushed sell. I'm still holding. I think that this is a name that could squeeze back into the 170s just off of short covering alone. Then you factor in how bullish Tesla bulls are. You know, you could easily see this name up even more.
that's playing. You can control the car basically from the phone through the ride-hailing app. So it's a pretty cool concept they've got there at the end of the deck.
Yo, Mark.
Glad you pointed out that is slide 17, by the way.
So, Mark,
Stock is up at 8%.
Yo, Mark. You still buy the dip now? Oh, no.
You know, I'm disappointed, to be honest.
Stock went up.
Let's wait and see. Maybe Elon will say something on the call to really piss people off. There could be hope for me yet. But right now I'm like, fuck, I should have bought at 140. I was hoping for 130, something like that. You know, you always get these people who comment, they go, oh, don't buy now, you can buy at 120 or whatever. And normally I've noticed when people
I
start
want
saying things like
85
that,
bucks.
they're always wrong.
I want 85 bucks to buy it.
Show it somebody.
So one of those.
All right, look at the H100 compute graph on the deck as well. There appears to have been a major change this quarter. They've gone from about 15,000 H100s to close to 40,000. So more than doubling of the compute capacity in this quarter, which kind of explains some of what we're seeing with the software, honestly.
Any mention of Dojo anyone saw?
No mentions on a control F.
Well,
Same thing with Optimus.
yeah.
they talk about AI training
But we
capacity
need to refill this
H100 equivalent, so I'm assuming Dojo's part of that mix as well.
That would be super interesting to know, right? Because jumping from 15,000 to 40,000 is pretty awesome from a throughput perspective if you're talking about training FSD. But from a business perspective, they could eventually buy all those anyway. It's not necessarily a given that Dojo contributes in a major way. And let's say even 10,000, even 5,000 of those equivalents, if that came from Dojo, I feel like that's huge news long-term for Tesla.
Alright, we got about 6,000 people in here. I would love to see each and every single one of you guys DM Gurgavin right now. You smell. That's awesome. I do wonder if there is a little bit of a read-through on NVIDIA, though, on those increased AI training compute up 130% during Q1. Now, I don't know the base, maybe you do, Omar, and where what it was before this quarter, and, you know, for 2xing from 1, that's a little less impressive than if you're 2xing from 200,000 up to 400,000. But I wonder if there's any read-throughs for NVIDIA as we're kind of getting through a lot of the biggest companies over the next couple days that are spending the most money on their chips. I'm looking for those read-throughs.
You know, I think they're...
Bro, I got 10 DMs already, and then they go, bro.
I got you, dude. You're welcome.
I think they're investing a significant part of this capex in their own training chips. So I'm not sure what the mix of that is. I wouldn't be surprised if it was majority NVIDIA. But I think their own Dojo supercomputer, they've got a pretty great team on it, is probably taking more and more of that capex share over time for training compute.
Omar, what'd you say the difference was between the last FSD miles number we had? It's pretty significant, right?
Yeah, I mean, a few weeks ago, I could look up the exact date, or maybe Sawyer knows it. We got 1 billion miles, and they're already now at, it looks like 1.3.
I would imagine that means the free trial has gone well.
Yeah, I mean, and obviously this is sort of a virtuous cycle here. As you have more and more people driving, they find problems at a greater frequency. When you find those problems, you can incorporate more of them into the training set faster, and then you can train a better model, which then makes more people use it. So it kind of creates this flywheel effect, at least in theory, and I think you're starting to see that happen in the graph there. There's clearly an inflection point around the free trial, as you would expect.
Yeah, I mean, this jump in H100 capacity is quite impressive, too, and I think also speaks to the idea that they are trying to make that inflection towards being a software company. Now, I mean, going from being a car manufacturer whose core business is entirely dependent on the sale of vehicles to being a software-driven business is quite a tall task in terms of transition, but I think they're trying to demonstrate the initial steps here, and I think they did it actually quite well, frankly, on the deck. Now let's see if that's followed up on the call, but this is the intention here, is to reshape the story into a software-driven story, a higher margin story that over the course of 3 to 4 years can evolve into a software-focused business. That's the goal here, and I think that's what Elon's trying to do. I think that that's what a lot of these layoffs in recent weeks have been relevant towards. I think hopefully he'll make that very, very clear on the call in terms of painting the story, because building the narrative accurately is what matters the most when you're at inflection points in business. So let's see how well he does on the call.
One other little tidbit, they mentioned that they believe a vision-only architecture can work. So this robotaxi vehicle, some had speculated it's going to have different hardware. They think they can get this to work with just cameras. The significance of this is that it would be dramatically lower cost than any other solution that exists on the market. And it opens the door to, I think, a potential licensing business that is very difficult to compete with. Because the sort of competing systems on the market, they typically require pre-mapping. They typically require far more sensor modalities that are obviously expensive to incorporate into the vehicle. So if they really feel confident that they can do this with vision only, it's a strongly differentiated product in the ADAS and autonomy market.
Omar, I know you've been getting a lot of intervention-free rides lately. If you tried to set up a scenario with the most recent 12.5 that you knew was going to fail, is that something you think you could do?
I have no doubt I could probably get it to fail if I tried to. But in the last 9 days, 10 days, 11 days or so, doing my day-to-day drives, I haven't had any safety critical interventions at all.
On slide 13, they posted a graphic that they titled the Tesla Ecosystem. And I think it's an interesting graphic, but what I find most fascinating, that at the top of it, they have a humanoid robot, as opposed to the vehicles or anything like that, even FSD. I don't know if I'm just mistakenly having a takeaway from that, but I do find that to be interesting, the way they designed this graphic and what's really standing out at the top. And the vehicles are kind of just in there in the middle, which you could miss maybe a little bit. Yeah, I find this slide 13 graphic to be interesting.
One quick thing on Megapack. Tesla says their second general assembly line is now commissioned at their Lathrop Megafactory in California. And then they'll continue to ramp to their 40 gigawatt hour full capacity.
All right, we got about an hour and 10 minutes until that earnings call. By the way, you guys should all stick with us because we're going to be listening to that earnings call live in the Spaces. It's going to have perfect, crystal clear audio quality. Omar knows what he's doing. I still haven't figured that out, so shout out to him. But stick with us. We're going to be listening to that earnings call live in the Spaces, so don't go anywhere. You see, we got Monative requesting to come up. I always love his insights. It's always a little different than some others. Maybe got to try to find a way to get him up here. So, Gavin, Mr. Tesla Bear, you feeling down bad off of this?
I have no position long and short. I was just hoping for it to go lower so I can finally buy into Tesla, but it feels like these guys don't want me to be a part of them.
Yeah, that makes sense, though. I wouldn't want you to be a part of my company. But, no.
It is going down. To be honest,
what's your price target again?
Okay, 380. But the buy target is 85 because I expect 30% annually from the Tesla. If you go down on the feed, you'll find that the word. To be honest, wait for the call. You never know what happens. Especially with Tesla.
Gavin, this is not going to 75. You're dreaming.
85.
Not happening.
I mean, I'm not betting on it going to that price. That's the only price where it makes sense for me to take a position.
Not even one.
Risk?
Not even 125. If it goes there, I'm gonna triple down.
I think it could go all that easily, but you do need a big headline for that push.
Quickly, now that we do have a second here, because we're kind of letting people dig into the numbers. First of all, I did get a DM about COGS. I don't know if you guys have any thoughts about those, what Tesla cost of goods are looking like here. how that momentum is going. But by the way, I know we mentioned Visa really quickly. I think that is a really it actually has a larger market cap than Tesla. Look at that. EPS was $2.51, beating expectations of $2.44, and then revenue was $8.775 billion, beating expectations of $8.627 billion. And Visa is up about 3% in after hours. We did also have Seagate report earnings. This is a semiconductor company. JP was the one who asked about COGS, by the way. Seagate was EPS of 33 cents, beating expectations of 28 cents, revenue 1.66 billion, missing expectations of 1.68 billion. Their forward guidance was above expectations. Their margin for Tesla or who?
Seagate.
No, but I'll dig in. Just forward guidance was actually the forward guidance was decently above expectations. Gross margin is what you asked for?
Yeah.
25.7%. That's GAAP. Non-GAAP is 26.1%. Operating margin was 8.6% and 11.1% GAAP and non-GAAP.
You don't have the expectations on those, right? I don't want to spend too much time on that. I'm just curious. I'll look it up.
I'll try.
I'll look it up.
Yeah, I can look it up too.
Tesla spent $1 billion on AI capex last quarter and doubled in compute.
NVIDIA. Also some in-house chips, but I'm just gonna keep saying NVIDIA until
It does say H100 equivalent. I mean, it might be H100, so it might be the internal stuff. I'm not sure.
But you know what? They're gonna say H100 equivalent because that's what the market knows and respects and is giving credit to. So I think it would make sense, even if they're doing their own chips, to still say H100 equivalent, so that there's kind of a bar set to it.
And there's no mention of NVIDIA on the report, so if you do control F touch, none of that.
Oh. I mean, I wouldn't expect them to say.
I mean, AI
it's interesting
that times on this deck, so every slide has some AI.
No, but sometimes there's words that include AI too. That like remain. If you do the second Control F, that is part of there. So
even Shanghai, then fair enough.
I'm pretty sure like if you have to do it after, it's probably going to be close to like 15 mentions of AI in here.
Now I'm on the highlight page. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on this page alone. So it's a tough page.
Speaking of mentions, we've
I see that.
We've mentioned the call a lot during this space. I want to go back to last time Elon was in war mode, like during the Model 3 ramp. He's not exactly famous for having great earnings calls, but does anyone remember what that call specifically was like? I have a theory that Elon in war mode is going to be a lot more engaged during this particular earnings call than in usual.
Honestly, I don't.
So the energy storage business remains a bright spot here. You have 4.1 gigawatt hours of deployments in Q1, which is a record high, and it compares well to Q4 2023, which I believe, I can't really tell by the chart here, but I think about 3.2. So significantly higher deployments than Q4 of 2023. And the profitability on the energy storage side continues to improve pretty dramatically. It's up 140% year over year. I don't know what deployments themselves are up on a percentage basis. I don't see that number. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can find the number.
Yeah, I tried to look back on my my Twitter page, but I wasn't really tweeting about it at that point, before that 2018, 2019 kind of ramp up area.
It's that I remember everyone thought Tesla for 2022. You go with us $400, that's when you went all in.
Are you saying it sounds like you're eating your microphone again, but you said I bought Tesla all in at 400?
Yeah, that's when you went long Tesla, if I'm correct.
No, my cost basis on Tesla is 89 right now. It was a good bit lower, but I've been adding, a little bit over this last couple days and weeks.
What percentage is it of your portfolio?
First time I bought Tesla this is split adjusted, it was at $262 in April 29th. What is Tesla as a part of my portfolio?
prominent one that you showed me that day.
It-
What else would you?
It is
5, 6?
525.
Oh, okay, there we go.
Supercharger
I think that's-
stations and supercharger connectors. I mean, obviously, line in line there, but up 26 to 27% year over year. Services. So,
Didn't that hint at that they're including more connectors per supercharger?
no, I mean that's not the takeaway.
Because it's growing a little
I
bit.
mean, the big takeaway from their services component here is the idea that they're basically making the statement clear. They're saying while our competitors are pulling back on infrastructure investments, we are actually ramping infrastructure investments. So this kind of feeds into the narrative of like, is Tesla going to capture more market share during this EV slowdown or not, which has been a topic of hot debate. And based on what they're saying in the deck, that's exactly what they're attempting to do. While their legacy automaker counterparts are slowing investment in infrastructure, they're taking that advantage to ramp that investment and hopefully capture some of that idle market share. So that's the intention that's being illustrated in the deck here. But if you look at services other revenue, I think you can make the conclusion, and JB's DMing me about this right now, but I think you can make the conclusion that while supercharger stations and connectors were up roughly 26% year over year in deployments, that supercharger revenue is also up somewhere between 20 to 25% year over year. So that remains an area of potential growth. I think that's really going to depend on overall adoption. So in periods where EV adoption industry-wide slows, that number is going to be maybe a little underwhelming. But when rates start coming down and the ramp of EV adoption picks back up, I think that supercharger revenue will look much more impressive.
I'm looking at that page you're on. Their mobile service fleet got smaller last quarter. I mean, it's only 11 or 12 mobile service cars that got taken out, but I don't know if I've seen that before.
Damn, this is a pretty major strategic change they're announcing here in the product section on slide 10. So they are going to, so the plan was to have this new unboxed platform using this revolutionary manufacturing strategy. But it was really this huge risk in terms of their time to market for these more affordable models, which, companies like BYD are putting out. And they've essentially changed the strategy, and they're saying, we've updated our future vehicle lineup to accelerate the launch of new models. So, Reuters was saying that more affordable car was canceled. Sounds like the opposite is happening. They're actually accelerating the launch of some of these new models. And they say these new vehicles, including more affordable models, will utilize aspects of the next generation platform as well as aspects of our current platforms, and will be able to be produced on the same manufacturing lines as our current lineup. So they're moving away from making this new low-cost vehicle on the unboxed platform, and they're now going to use some ideas from the next-gen platform, probably things like steer-by-wire, 48-volt, but they're also just, it's going to be kind of a hybrid of their existing production system. And they think that this is going to allow them to utilize the existing lines to make these lower-cost vehicles. This update may result in achieving less cost reduction than previously expected. So the 50% cost reduction they were forecasting with this unboxed process, they are not thinking they're going to hit that target with this new hybrid approach. But it allows us to prudently grow our vehicle volumes in a more capex efficient manner during uncertain times. This would help us fully utilize our current expected maximum capacity of close to 3 million vehicles, enabling more than 50% growth over 2023 production before investing in new manufacturing lines. Our purpose-built robotaxi product will continue to pursue a revolutionary unboxed manufacturing strategy. So I think this makes sense. The robotaxi using the unboxed process, that's probably going to be lower volume at first, probably only for a few markets where there's regulatory approval, so you have time to ramp that up. It's not as much of a risk. But if you can make a more affordable Tesla model on the existing production line, and they think they've got capacity for 3 million vehicles without investing in new manufacturing lines and laying capex out for that, then analysts are going to see this and they're going to update their models to forecast for greater volume growth on the automotive side.
Do we know exactly what because they had unboxed and quotes. Have they talked about that and kind of spelled out exactly what that means?
Yeah, they have an Investor Day presentation where they talked about it. It's essentially what they call, they say it's a revolutionary new production system where instead of making these vehicles on a line, you sort of make them in a more modular way, and it's a very different sort of assembly process. So there was a lot of risk associated with that. Obviously, the moving assembly line is tried and true. It's been put into practice for 100 years. People know how to use it. It works. This, I think, was a little bit of a risk that they increasingly can't afford in terms of getting those more affordable Tesla models to market. So I think this new strategy sort of accelerating that. I can see why Reuters thought, okay, the compact car is canceled because the compact car, the unboxed process was canceled for now. But what they've essentially decided to do is take the existing platform, bring some of the technologies from the next-gen platform in, and have this hybrid approach that allows them to get the products to market faster. At least that's what they're saying. Now, what this means, I don't know, but it's kind of the exact opposite of what the market had expected or was being told by reporters from Reuters.
Sawyer, I'd love to throw it over to you and hear any thoughts you have. I know you chimed in one or two with some different tidbits there, but I know you tweeted a lot. I'd love to hear. I'm having trouble speaking, I guess. But yeah, I'd love to hear kind of what's your thoughts on these numbers.
That page 10 update that Omar read from the product section, I mean, that's why the stock's up really after hours. I mean, it's pretty clear that the Reuters article is wrong on many aspects. But this is also just bullish in that obviously they say of more affordable models. We assume that is the $25,000 next gen vehicle. Sort of what Bloomberg was saying a couple days ago. They figured that from their sources, the robotaxi has taken priority, and then they're going to use the learnings from their next gen vehicle development and what they've designed with the production process, and move some of that knowledge over to the 3 and the Y to bring costs of those vehicles down further. So it's sort of unclear exactly what they're going to do, but nonetheless, I do think this is a bullish update.
And you know what? If they're using the existing 3 and Y production system and are planning to make updates to the 3 and Y to probably bring some of the technologies in line, they could actually gain economies of scale on their 3 and Y production as well, and sell those products at a higher price point. So, I mean, the strategy definitely seems to make a lot of sense compared to the old one.
Now the question is like, okay, they can do all that. That's great. Bring down costs. Do they believe that will increase demand significantly to 3 million vehicles? And once rates start going down, is that just the main reason why they think demand or growth has been slowing more recently? That's likely what Elon will allude to. I think it's more than that, but we'll see what he says.
I was planning there and waiting how long I could see until Gerg would chime in, but it was too long. Well, I was getting a little antsy over here.
I was just going to come in and say, and a silence came over the crowd. Right now, Tesla is holding up 6% in after hours. It's sitting at 153.70. It's been trickling around here, just kind of waiting for the call. Could expect another 5 to 10% move in either direction from where it is now going into the call. I don't know if too many other companies necessarily had big moves per se. BYD didn't really move at all. It's actually 0% of a move. NIO's up about 1% in after hours. So a couple of its peers not doing too much here. I don't know if there's others that you would, I guess, look at closely besides Rivian and Lucid. Maybe those are the ones. Everything's up about 1% here in after hours. So nothing going too crazy. Lucid's flat. So it's something.
What about the traditional automakers like a GM and a Ford? What are they doing in after hours? I know GM had earnings this
They
week,
have
which
good
I'm not right.
numbers. Talk about
Yeah,
forecast. 6 pips, so it's flat.
Yeah, it's flat. It's flat. No, it's not up 6 pips. It's up 0.18. Ford is also pretty flat, up 3 cents in after hours, 0.23%. So yeah, not a whole lot going on there for the traditional ones as well. I guess there's not a ton that these things end up moving. Total day today between intraday and after hours, Tesla is up 8.2%.
John, I don't know if we've heard anything from you on this space. What's up? What's up? You have any thoughts on these numbers?
Yeah, sorry. Sorry. I've been just keeping quiet and just listening in on the, you're just going through the deck.
I don't think I'm not hearing of any. He's not speaking.
He is speaking.
Can you hear me?
Sorry.
I can't hear you.
Okay. It's just been working on the deck. And, I think this is really, we saw this happening, at least, so overall thoughts on the earnings, really just impressed with how they have set up the deck and really the whole story. Obviously, we'll see more in the call because that's obviously, going to speak volumes, but at least the storyboard from this investor deck is really that this is a software company. We are completely focused on autonomy. I mean, we're focused on the ride-hailing app as well. I mean, Uber and Lyft is going to be built in. This is stuff that we had actually been talking about. But you just are noticing this huge shift in, how Tesla is telling the story of what they are. And this is something we had, a lot of us Tesla investors that got involved, back in even 2018, 2019, and potentially even earlier than that, this is what we saw. This is why we got into the company. And so it is really cool to see them really doubling down on this now. I think there was in their deck, there was this little snippet about how they commented how they're in between these two inflection points with the fact that the biggest growth period obviously was the Model 3, Model Y, and then the next big growth is going to be advancements in autonomy and obviously their new products. And so it's interesting just to see how the whole mantra of what Tesla is talking about is just being shifted, especially towards the end of Q1, where they were really pushing this 12. And so, to be honest, I'm being more bullish about this. This is, as we can all see, Tesla's very, and Elon specifically, they're very hyper-focused and laser-focused on, obviously, the cost reductions, and more importantly, continue to double down on how do you get to solving FSD, how do you continue to build out the ride-hailing experience like an Uber and a Lyft. And so, I don't know. I personally was really excited also too, just to hear, instead of pushing out their next gen platform or even their future products because of this down turn that we're all in from a macro perspective, and more importantly in the electric vehicle space, what are they doing? They're ramping it. They're going even further and going even harder. One other thing too that was really cool to see is that this is Tesla was commenting on specifically how much cash they have, and they quote, I'm quoting them, "We have sufficient liquidity to fund our product roadmap, long-term capacity expansion plans, and other expenses. Furthermore, we will manage the business such that we maintain a strong balance sheet during this uncertain period." So, as we focus on this next growth period, or get to this next growth period really for Tesla, they have a lot of cash on hand. They're prepared. They're making cuts and doing what they need to do to really start this next chapter. But for me, this is really, it feels like, it kind of feels like they're, opening up a beer and kind of like, Stone Cold Steve Austin video of it's a can of whoop ass. It's just, this is what they're focused on. This is where they're going. This is kind of not necessarily the moment we've all been waiting for, because us early investors or people that have been following this company, this is what we've all known. Like when I got my Tesla and I drove on the enhanced autopilot back in the day, this is what I saw. And so they're really doubling down on it. This is what we're seeing. And so it is cool to see that whole narrative pretty much being shown throughout the whole deck. So I'm personally really excited about the things that were announced, the tidbits on the ride-hailing experience, the app service, the new products that are being pushed forward, and then we're ramping further on it. There was even a cool image too about how Tesla's more focused, but they showed an image of the cost per penny and just how they're just laser focused on every dollar that's being spent, the cost per item. It's no other company is going to optimize their cost more than Tesla, and so I'm just overall really really happy with the announcements and the storyline that they have. I'm excited to hear more at 2:30 to really get more of Elon's thoughts, and hopefully they keep pounding this narrative. And those are my high level thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Segonali. Penny, I know you've gone terrible for stock talk, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you now. I couldn't.
Okay, can you hear him more now? Because
Guys, we just need spaces fixed. That's all I ask. Please make some changes. If you need some revenue from it, maybe throw some ads, maybe make an investor relations business. I don't care. Please fix spaces.
I will pay to host spaces, to be honest, if we really can fix spaces. I don't mind.
I will talk about how Gerg is paying for the spaces and not pay myself.
And then I saw you comment on Elon's post yesterday about that. Couldn't agree more.
Yo, what's up, Stockwatch? You seem sick. You have a cold or something?
No, it's Andrew.
Yeah, it's Andrew.
Oh, okay.
I'm very sick. No, I'm just joking.
He's sick with the Tesla gains.
Absolutely. Stock is actually hitting its.
Usually Tommy, right? So I was like,
Yeah. Stock is actually hitting its high right now after hours. So 750, up 7%, 7.5%.
I'm still printing it, so that's that.
this next half an hour is gonna be boring. Well, Tesla,
You're boring.
the call is in half an hour, so
Can I ask? I posted this thing. CBC research came out. Apparently, Tesla's inventory days are up a lot. I know, it's sort of a dumb comment in the sense that everyone sort of knows that the business itself isn't doing that great, but this does seem a little different from the narrative from the company in terms of, hey, we had XYZ production issues. It does seem like there's actually sort of a conversion of produced units to cash issue, at least for this quarter. I'm interested in what people think about that.
Yeah, I think you really had a mismatch in this quarter between the supply of vehicles they had and where the demand was. So they updated the Model 3, they added some new features, a screen in the rear, updated styling, just new redesigned vehicle. They weren't able to produce many of those out of Fremont. They were able to produce a Model Y. Those were the only vehicles that haven't been updated with some of the new stuff. So you saw, I think, a lot of Model Y vehicles, which were actually the majority of their deliveries in 2023, I think, lining up. And a lot of the vehicles that do have a stronger demand profile, like the Model Y and the Cybertruck, they're not able to produce those in sufficient volumes yet. So I think that definitely is a challenge. It's something to keep an eye on, but hopefully it's something that can be alleviated as they increase their production of the new vehicles.
Look, this is about narrative delivery. That's what this is about, and that's what the reaction is about after hours. Everyone knows the fundamental picture here is not pretty. I mean, even with the lowered estimates, they missed on the top and bottom line. I think the reason the stock is responding positively, and what most people who had that base assumption going into the report are thinking, is how are they painting the narrative? And even when it comes to CapEx spend, which people tend to view CapEx in a very rudimentary way. People tend to view CapEx as, especially for mature companies, almost always a bad thing. But if you're a mature company that is looking to pivot your product mix, which is precisely what this company has illustrated that they are trying to do. They are trying to pivot away from a commodity style car sales business into a software-driven business. Now, is that a tall task? Yes. Is it going to take a while? Absolutely. But once you put CapEx in the context of that narrative, then it makes sense. And then it's CapEx for the sake of growth and remodeling of the business, which is putting it in a much more positive light than it would be interpreted otherwise. If you just say, look, the company's spending more and their cash flow was a huge miss, and we don't know if any of this spending will bear fruit, that's a negative narratively driven way to view it. But if you rephrase that and say, well, this increased CapEx spend, the $1 billion spent in Q1 on AI, the future allotted CapEx spend, that all of this is for the sake of additional growth and quicker delivery of the software side of the business, then it can be painted in a pretty positive light. So I don't think that harking on the fundamental picture or the inventory or even the free cash flow makes much sense, because most reasonable people were expecting a fundamental quarter, right? So looking beyond that base assumption, we have to ask ourselves, what are they doing to change the narrative? And I think they're doing a decent job of it. Again, total will matter a lot more, but I think based on the deck, they're doing a decent job of convincing people that look, this might be a bumpy road, this is going to take a while, but our intention is to restructure the business into a software-driven business.
Stock talk. Can I just add to that? I think you nailed the longer term move, but going up one level, the first thing that they're doing is they're reiterating the fact that the delivery miss was really kind of logistics driven towards arson attack and the diversion around the Red Sea. So that was one that they kind of highlight on the first page. The second thing that they're kind of reaffirming is that the CapEx that they spend is predominantly on lowering costs. And then they reaffirm that with the passage that, I don't know who read it, that they can essentially self-fund any endeavor or growth that they're doing. So they're basically saying our first priority is to grow our car business at such a profitable rate that we can fund any software, robotics, energy, future business without having to raise additional capital. So we're trying to go from a highly profitable hardware business to an even more profitable software business. And we're doing both simultaneously, which has really kind of never been done before at this scale for these types of products. And I think that that's kind of the thing that investors are going, oh shit, if this was really their worst quarter and they had all this convergence of global macro interest rates plus, some political, actual physical real world events that were unforeseen, if this is when stuff's really tough, if conditions are easier,
crystal clear audio quality, thanks to William, my boy, through Omar. But a couple more of the questions. Generally, they answer six of these say.com questions, sometimes more. So the rest of them are, can we get an official announcement and timeline of the $25,000 vehicle? I imagine Elon will shit on the Reuters article at this point. What is progress on Cybertruck ramp up? Which they kind of answered, saying that they produced 1,000 Cybertrucks in a week during April. So I think that might just kind of be a quick question. And then I think this one's interesting. Have any of the legacy automakers contacted Tesla about possibly licensing FSD in the future? I think in the past he has said that they've had some discussions with at least one legacy automaker. So I wonder if there's any change in commentary around that. I think if he signals there's more discussion.
Hey guys, so we've really seen Tesla make a beautiful, beautiful outsized move here. You know, from the market close to about the high pivot there, you saw Tesla push up almost 10%, 9.96%. Pretty astonishing rally. Good to see that that is one of our biggest positions with trading capital on the long side of the market. And obviously, I'm still anticipating more upside. But as of now, Tesla, providing nothing crazy goes on with the earnings call, is looking very strong to continue lifting and carrying the QQQ indices to more. Remember, Tesla's underperformed the S&P 500 by a great margin, so there's a lot of underpositioned fund managers in this name. If this is a true turning of the corner event, obviously earnings reaction is good. Earnings wasn't that good, but it's always forward looking, so this call can be very important to the overall structure of the price moving forward.
On August 8th, what is the realistic timeline for launching a revenue-generating robo-taxi network? I think that's actually a really interesting question that I do hope they get to.
I mean, it's kind of a meaningless question. They can guess, but they don't really know for sure. Elon has been saying we're going to achieve driverless every year for the past 6 years, so they'll probably say, I think we can do it quickly, but you know, ultimately the actual execution is what matters, not their projections.
Fair thoughts. I took a ricochet shot there, but I can accept that from Omar. All right, let's go around and maybe just get, I don't know, I like to do these like one-word things or anything like that. One word describing how you think this earnings call is going to go, Gerg. Give me one word.
Can you repeat that?
Give me one word for how you think this Tesla earnings call is going to go.
Fun.
What'd you say?
Fun. F-U-N.
Fun, okay. Good thing you spelled it out. I had no idea what you were saying there. I'm going to say sideways. And by that, you know what? I'm not even going to say anything after that. We'll go with sideways. Omar.
I think it's going to be extremely entertaining.
Entertaining. Mr. Stock Twits. Give me the one word.
Confusing.
I actually can't hear him, so I don't know what the one word was, but I'm big expectations.
He said confusing.
You know, that's a fair one. Penny, I appreciate you translating, so you can go next. That'd be cool. Wartime. There we go. By the way, you can put, say multiple words and just say you bundle them together like that one Wells Fargo commercial, but I digress. Mr. Powell.
By the way, Gugavin just got suspended for shorting Tesla.
Oh, shit. Goodbye.
I can't log in, to be honest. My login habit is all gone. I blame Elon.
Well, one word, it's gonna be around where it is now.
Yeah, that's what I meant with my sideways comment. Mr. Talk Daily. Oh, damn. Is that the music going on in the pre-call, Omar?
Yep.
That's actually they went with a cyberpunk vibe, which I can't lie, I didn't love too much. I like that song. I may just turn on the earnings call and listen to that. Stock Talk though, give me one word for how you predict this earnings call is gonna go.
One word?
If you need to say multiple, you can just say you bundle them together. Don't give me a full 10-minute paragraph.
I'll just say Elon then.
Chelsea.
Energetic.
Damn, I really do actually like this music they got going. I think we got a better vibe here. Oh, it's switching. Maybe this one isn't as good. Oh no, we're still there. I like this beat. Alright, we got 2 minutes until that earnings call. Banana just messaged me. His word is gangster.
Yeah, let's just talk with.
You know what?
Let's just talk with this in the background. I like it.
Yeah, in the next minute or two, I'm bobbing my head. DM me one word and I'll read it out on the spaces. Josh sent me dumpster. Much better music than they've had in the past. Holy shit.
You know, they used to do some of this techno shit. Then when they started getting serious, they started getting profitable. They moved more classical. Now it's back to this kind of, you know, less formal music. I think there's something to read into it there.
A couple of the words I've gotten perfect. Disney, moon. Someone said one word. 69. Someone said nunchucks. Full, different. Rocket ship emoji, unbox. Someone said short massacre. Obliteration. Someone sent me the name of their video game, I think. Fruity. WorldCoin was one of them. I guess that's a dig at Sam Altman. Someone says sub 140 tomorrow. The same guy who put moon just put huge anus. You're welcome. Frank just messaged me relief as the one word he thinks will happen here. Skate Night. That's the song they're playing, I guess. I dig it. Main squeeze, Elon dancing. Someone said poop. Alright, we should be at the start about in a second here. I actually kind of enjoyed that.
That's assuming Elon comes on time, which he usually doesn't.
That is fair. Although this is a big time, and he wants 50 billion from us, so I think he might be more motivated. Well, from us is a strong word, but he might be more motivated to get on time. Someone said one word of solar. I wonder if there will be any commentary around that one. My friend who lives in Mexico said Toxico. Alright. Earnings call should be starting any second. No, wait. Someone said one-time severance cost. I think that will be in next quarter. Anything around that because it came out after this quarter ended.
By Elon Musk, PayPal, Taneja, and a number of other executives. Our Q1 results were announced at about 3 p.m. Central Time in the update deck we published at the same link as this webcast. During this call, we will discuss our business outlook and make forward-looking statements. These comments are based on our predictions and expectations as of today. Actual events and results could differ materially due to a number of risks and uncertainties, including those mentioned in our most recent filings with the SEC. During the question and answer portion of today's call, please limit yourself to one question and one follow-up. Please use the raise hand button to join the question queue. But before we jump into Q&A, Elon has some opening remarks. Elon?
Thanks, Martin. So to recap, in Q1 we navigated several unforeseen challenges as well as the ramp of the updated Model 3 in Fremont. There was, as people have seen, the EV adoption rate globally is under pressure, and a lot of other auto manufacturers are pulling back on EVs and pursuing plug-in hybrids instead. We believe this is not the right strategy, and electric vehicles will ultimately dominate the market. Despite these challenges, the Tesla team did a great job executing in a tough environment, and energy storage deployments, the Megapack in particular, reached an all-time high in Q1, leading to record profitability for the energy business. And that looks likely to continue to increase in the quarters and years ahead. And it will increase. We actually know that it will. Significantly faster than the car business, as we expected. We also continue to expand our AI training capacity in Q1, more than doubling our training compute to the next generation platform, as well as aspects of our current platforms, and will be able to be produced on the same manufacturing lines as our current vehicle lineup. So it's not contingent on any new factory or massive new production line. It'll be made on our current production lines much more efficiently. And we think this should allow us to get to over 3 million vehicles of capacity when realized to the full extent. Regarding FSD version 12, which is the pure AI-based self-driving, people that if you haven't experienced this, I strongly urge you to try it out. It's profound, and the rate of improvement is rapid. So we've now turned that on for all cars with the cameras and inference computer, everything from hardware 3 on in North America. So it's been pushed out to around 1.8 million vehicles. And we're seeing about half of people use it so far, and that percentage is increasing with each passing week. So we now have over 300 billion miles that have been driven with FSD V12. Since the launch of full self-driving, supervised full self-driving, it's become very clear that the vision-based approach with end-to-end neural networks is the right solution for scalable autonomy. And it's really how humans drive. Our entire road network is designed for biological neural nets and eyes. So naturally, cameras and digital neural nets are the solution to our current road system. To make it more accessible, we've reduced the subscription price to $99 a month, so it's easy to try out. And as we've announced, we'll be showcasing our purpose-built robotaxi or cybercab in August. Regarding AI compute, over the past few months, we've been actively working on expanding Tesla's core AI infrastructure. For a while there, we were training constrained in our progress. We are, at this point, no longer training constrained, and so we're making rapid progress. We've installed and commissioned, meaning they're actually working, 35,000 H100 computers.
Whoa, look at Tesla ripping. Mention H100s, NVIDIA, and things just get crazy.
When I say GPU, because it's not GPU, that's G stands for graphics, and it's new graphics. But anyway, roughly 35 H100s are active, and we expect that to be probably 85,000 or thereabouts by the end of this year. In training, just for training.
It's also pushing NVIDIA up.
We're making sure that we're being as efficient as possible in our training. It's not just about the number of H100s, but how efficiently they're used. So, in conclusion, we're super excited about our autonomy roadmap. I think it should be obvious to anyone who's driving version 12 in a Tesla that it is only a matter of time before we exceed the reliability of humans in it. Not much time with that. And we're really headed for an electric vehicle, an autonomous future. And I'll go back to something I said several years ago, that in the future, gasoline cars that are not autonomous will be like riding a horse using a flip phone. And that will become very obvious in hindsight. We continue to make the necessary investments that will drive growth and profits for Tesla in the future. And I wanted to thank the Tesla team for incredible execution during this period, and look forward to everything that we have planned ahead. Next.
Thank you very much. And Vaibhav has some comments as well.
Thanks. It's important to acknowledge what Elon said. From our auto business perspective, we did see a decline in revenues quarter over quarter, and those were primarily because of seasonality, uncertain macroeconomic environment, and the other reasons which Elon had mentioned earlier. Auto margins declined from 18.9 to 18.5%, excluding the impact of Cybertruck. The impact of pricing actions was largely offset by reductions in per unit costs and the recognition of revenue from Autopilot feature for certain vehicles in US that previously did not have that functionality. functionality. Additionally, while we did experience higher costs due to the ramp of Model 3 in Fremont and disruptions in Berlin, these costs were largely offset by cost reduction initiatives. In fact, if we exclude Cybertruck and Fremont Model 3 ramp costs, the revenue from auto margins improved slightly. Currently, normalized Model Y cost per vehicle in Austin and Berlin are already very close to that of Fremont. Our ability to reduce costs without sacrificing on quality was due to the amazing efforts of the team in executing Tesla's relentless pursuit of efficiency across the business. We've also witnessed that as other OEMs are pulling back on their investments in EV, there is increasing appetite for credits, and that means a steady stream of revenue for us. Obviously, seeing others pull back from EV is not the future we want. We would prefer it the whole industry went all in. On the demand front, we've undertaken a variety of initiatives, including lowering the price of both the purchase and subscription options for FSD, launching extremely attractive leasing specials for the Model 3 in the US for $299 a month, and offering attractive financing options in certain markets. We believe that our awareness activities paired with attractive financing will go a long way in expanding our reach and driving demand for our products. Our energy business continues to make meaningful progress with margins reaching a record of 24.6%. We expect the energy storage deployments for 2024 to grow at least 75% higher from 2023. And accordingly, this business will begin contributing significantly to our overall profitability. Note that there is a bit of lumpiness in our storage deployments due to a variety of factors that are outside of our control, so deployments may fluctuate quarter over quarter. On the operating expense front, we saw a sequential increase from our AI initiatives, continued investment in future projects, marketing, and other activities. We had negative free cash flow of $2.5 billion in the first quarter. The primary driver of this was an increase in inventory from a mismatch between builds and deliveries, as discussed before, and our elevated spend on CapEx across various initiatives, including AI compute. We expect the inventory build to reverse in the second quarter and free cash flow to return to positive again. As we prepare the company for the next phase of growth, we had to make the hard but necessary decision to reduce our headcount by over 10%. The savings generated are expected to be well in excess of $1 billion on an annual run rate basis. We are also getting hyper-focused on CapEx efficiency and utilizing our installed capacity in a more efficient manner. The savings from these initiatives, including our cost reductions, will help improve our overall profitability and ultimately enable us to increase the scale of our investments in AI. In conclusion, the future is extremely bright, and the journey to get there, while challenging, will be extremely rewarding. Once again, I would like to thank the whole Tesla team for delivering great results, and we can open it up to Q&A.
Thank you. Okay, let's start with investor Q&A. The first question is, what is the status of 4680? What is the current output? Lars?
Sure. 4680 production increased about 18-20% over from Q4, reaching greater than 1K a week for Cybertruck, which is about 7 gigawatt hours per year, as we posted on X. We expect to stay ahead of the Cybertruck ramp with the cell production throughout Q2 as we ramp the third 4 lines in phase 1, while maintaining multiple weeks of cell inventory to make sure we're ahead of the ramp. Because we're ramping, COGS continues to drop rapidly week over week, driven by yield improvements throughout the lines and production volume increases. So our goal, and we expect to do this, is to beat supplier costs of nickel-based cells by the end of the year.
Thank you. The second question is on Optimus. So what is the current status of Optimus? Are they currently performing any factory tasks? When do you expect to start mass production?
We are able to do simple factory tasks, or at least I should say factory tasks in the lab. In terms of actually, we do think we will have Optimus in limited production in the factory, in the actual factory itself, doing useful tasks before the end of this year. And then tasks at request, there is no meaningful limit to the size of the economy. So that's what's going to happen. And I think Tesla is best positioned of any humanoid robot maker to be able to reach volume production with efficient inference on the robot itself. This perhaps is a point that is worth emphasizing. Tesla's AI inference efficiency is vastly better than any other company. There's no company even close to the inference efficiency of Tesla. We've had to do that because we were constrained by the inference hardware in the car. We didn't have a choice. But that will pay dividends in many ways.
Thank you. The third question is, what is Tesla's current assessment of the pathway towards regulatory approval for unsupervised FSD in the US? And how should we think about the appropriate safety threshold compared to human drivers?
Sure. I can start. There are a handful of states that already have adopted autonomous vehicle laws. These states are paving the way for operations. Well, the data for such operations guides a broader adoption of driverless vehicles. I think Ashok can talk a little bit about our safety methodology, but we expect that these states and the work ongoing, as well as the data that we're providing, will pave the way for a broad-based regulatory approval in the U.S. at least, and then other countries as well.
Yeah. It's actually been pretty helpful that other autonomous car companies have been cutting a path through the regulatory jungle. That's actually quite helpful. And they have obviously been operating in San Francisco for a while. I think they got approval for the city of LA. So these approvals are happening rapidly. I think if you've got at scale a statistically significant amount of data that shows conclusively that the autonomous car has, let's say, half the accident rate of a human-driven car, I think that's difficult to ignore, because at that point, stopping autonomy means killing people. So I actually do not think that there will be significant regulatory barriers, provided there is conclusive data that the autonomous car is safer than a human-driven car. And in my view, this will be much like elevators. Elevators used to be operated by a guy with a relay switch, but sometimes that guy would get tired or drunk or just make a mistake and shear somebody in half between floors. So now we just get in an elevator and press a button. We don't think about it. In fact, it's kind of weird if somebody's standing there with a relay switch. That'll be how cars work. You just summon a car using your phone. You get in. It takes you to your destination. You get out.
You don't even think about it.
You don't even think about it. Just like an elevator. It takes you to your floor. That's it. Don't think about how the elevator is working or anything like that. Something I should clarify is that Tesla will be operating the fleet. So you can think of like how Tesla, think of Tesla like some combination of Airbnb and Uber, meaning that there'll be some number of cars that Tesla owns itself and operates in the fleet. There'll be some number of cars, and then there'll be a bunch of cars where they're owned by the end user, but that end user can add or subtract their car to the fleet whenever they want. And they can decide if they want to only let the car be used by friends and family, or only by 5-star users, or by anyone. And at any time, they could have the car come back to them and be exclusively theirs, like an Airbnb. You could rent out your guest room or not anytime you want. As our fleet grows, we have 7 million cars, 9 million cars, eventually tens of millions of cars worldwide, with a constant feedback loop. Every time something goes wrong, that gets added to the training data, and you get this training flywheel.
Loving those Airbnb comments.
In the same
Google search has the sort of flywheel. It's very difficult to compete with Google because people are constantly doing searches and clicking, and Google's getting that feedback loop. It's the same with Tesla, but at a scale that is maybe difficult to comprehend, but ultimately be tens of millions. I think there's also some potential here for an AWS element down the road, where if we've got very powerful inference, because we've got a hardware 3 in the cars, but now all cars are being made with hardware 4. Hardware 5 is pretty much designed and should be in cars hopefully towards the end of next year. The car is not moving to actually run distributed inference. So kind of like AWS, but distributed inference. Like, it takes a lot of computers to train an AI model, but many orders of magnitude less compute to run it. So if you can imagine a future perhaps where there's a fleet of 100 million Teslas, and on average they've got like maybe a kilowatt of inference compute, that's 100 gigawatts of inference compute distributed all around the world. It's pretty hard to put together 100 gigawatts of AI compute. And even in an autonomous future where the car is perhaps used, instead of being used 10 hours a week, is used 50 hours a week, that still leaves over 100 hours a week where the car inference computer could be doing something else. And it seems like it would be a waste not to use it.
Actually, do you want to chime in on tier process and safety?
Yeah, we have like multiple tiers of validating the safety. For like in any given week, we train hundreds of neural networks that can produce different trajectories for how to drive the car. We replay them through the millions of clips that we have already collected from our users and our own QA. Those are like critical events, like someone jumping out in front, or like other critical events that we have gathered a database over many, many years. And we replay through all of them to make sure that we are net improving safety. And on top of it, we have simulation systems that also try to recreate this and test this in closed loop fashion. Once all of this is validated, we give it to our own QA drivers. We have hundreds of them in different cities, in San Francisco, Los Angeles, Austin, New York, a lot of different locations. They are also driving this and collecting real world miles, and we have an estimate of what are the critical events, are they a net improvement compared to the previous week's builds. And once we have confidence that the build is a net improvement, then we start shipping to early users, like 2,000 employees initially, that they would like get the build. They would give feedback on like if it's an improvement, or are they noticing some new issues that we did not capture in our own QA process. And only after all of this is validated, then we go to external customers. And even when we go external, we have like live dashboards of monitoring every critical event that's happening in the fleet, sorted by the criticality of it. So we are having a constant pulse on the build's quality and the safety improvement along the way. And then any failures, like Elon alluded to, you get the data back, add it to the training, and that improves the model in the next cycle. So we have this like constant feedback loop of issues, fixes, evaluations, and then it rinse and repeat. And especially with the new V2 architecture, all of this is automatically improving without requiring much engineering interventions, in the sense that engineers don't have to be creative in like how they code the algorithms. It's mostly learning on its own based on data. So you see that, okay, we failed here, or like this is how a person shows, this is how you drive this intersection or something like that. We get the data back, we add it to the neural network, and it learns from that training data automatically, instead of some engineers saying that, oh, here you must rotate the steering wheel by this much or something like that. There's no hard if-else conditions. It's everything is neural network. It's very soft, it's probabilistic. So it will adapt its probability distribution based on the new data that it's getting.
Yeah, and we do have some insight into how good the things will be in, like, let's say 3 or 4 months, because we have advanced models that are far more capable than what is in the car, but have some issues with them that we need to fix. So there'll be a step change improvement in the capabilities of the car, but it'll have some quirks that are that need to be addressed in order to release it. As Ashok was saying, we have to be very careful in what we release to the fleet, or to customers in general. So like if we look at say 12.4 and 12.5, which are really could arguably even be version 13, version 14, because it's pretty close to a total retrain of the neural nets in each case, or substantially different. So we have good insight into where the models, how well the call will perform in say 3 or 4 months.
Yeah. In terms of scaling laws, people in the AI community generally talk about model scaling laws, where they increase the model size a lot, and then they have corresponding gains in performance. But we have also figured out scaling laws in other axes. In addition to the model size scaling, we can also have data scaling. You can increase the amount of data you use to train the neural network, and that also gives similar gains. And you can also scale up by training compute. You can train it for much longer and get want more GPUs or more Dojo nodes, and that also gives better performance. And you can also have architecture scaling, where you come up with better architectures that for the same amount of compute produce better results. So a combination of model size scaling, data scaling, training compute scaling, and the architecture scaling, we can basically okay, if we continue scaling based on this ratio, we can sort of predict future performance. Obviously, it takes time to do the experiments because it takes few weeks to train. It takes a few weeks to collect tens of millions of video clips and process all of them. But you can estimate what's going to be the future progress based on the trends that we have seen in the past, and they've generally held true based on the past data.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's go to the next question, which is, can we get an official announcement of the timeline for the $25,000 vehicle?
I think Elon mentioned it in the opening remarks, but as you mentioned, we're updating our future vehicle lineup to accelerate the launch of our low-cost vehicles in a more CapEx efficient way. That's our mission, to get the most affordable cars to customers as fast as possible. These new vehicles will be built on our existing lines and open capacity, and that's a major shift, to utilize all our capacity with marginal CapEx before we go spend high CapEx to do anything.
Yeah, we'll talk about this more on August 8th. But really the way to think of Tesla is almost entirely in terms of solving autonomy and being able to turn on that autonomy for a gigantic fleet. And I think it might be the biggest asset value appreciation in history when that day happens, when you can do unsupervised full self-driving.
5 million cars.
Yeah.
Oh, a little less.
Well,
some of those have, yeah.
It'll be 7 million cars, in a year or so.
Yeah.
And then 10 million, and then, eventually we're talking about tens of millions of cars. Not eventually, it's like before the end of this decade. Yeah, before the end of the decade, it's several tens of millions of cars, I think.
Thank you. The next question is, what is the progress of Cybertruck ramp?
I can take that one too. Cybertruck hit 1K a week just a couple weeks ago. This happened in the first 4 to 5 months since we SOP'd late last year. Of course, volume production is what matters. That's what drives costs, and so our costs are dropping. But the ramp still faces a lot of challenges with so many new technologies, some supplier limitations, et cetera, and we'll continue to ramp this year, just focusing on cost efficiency and quality.
Okay, thank you. The next question, have any of the legacy automakers contacted Tesla about possibly licensing FSD in the future?
We're in conversations with one major automaker regarding licensing FSD.
Thank you. The next question is about the robotaxi unveil. Elon already talked about that, so we'll have to wait till August. The following question is about the next generation vehicle. We already talked about that. So let's go to the Semi. What is the timeline for scaling Semi? I think
sure. So we're finalizing the engineering of the Semi to enable a super cost-effective, high-volume production with our learnings from our fleet and our pilot fleet and Pepsi's fleet, which we're expanding this year marginally. In parallel, as we showed in the shareholders deck, we have started construction on the factory in Reno. Our first vehicles are planned for late 2025 with external customers starting in 2026.
Okay, couple more questions. So our favorite, can we make FSD transfer permanent until FSD is fully delivered with level 5 autonomy?
No.
Okay, next question. What is the gating the production ramp at Lathrop? Where do you see the Megapack run rate at the end of the year? Mike?
Yeah, Lathrop is ramping as planned. We have our second GA line allowing us to increase our exit rate from 20 gigawatt hours per year to, at the start of this year, to 40 gigawatt hours per year by the end of the year. That line's commissioned. There's really nothing limiting the ramp. It's given the longer sales cycles for these large projects, we typically have order visibility 12 to 24 months prior to ship dates. So we're able to plan the build plan several quarters in advance. So this allows us to ramp the factory to align with the business and order growth. Lastly, we'd like to thank our customers globally for their trust in Tesla as a partner for these incredible projects.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's go to analyst questions. The first question comes from Tony Sacconaghi from Bernstein. Tony, please go ahead and unmute.
Thank you for taking the question. I was just wondering if you could elaborate a little bit more on kind of the new vehicles that you talked about today. Are these like tweaks on existing models, given that they're going to be running on the same lines, or are these like new models? And how should we think about them, in the context of like the Model 3 Highland update? What will these models be like relative to that? And given the quick time frame, Model 3 Highland has required a lot of work and a lot of retooling. Maybe you can help put that all in context. Thank you. And I have a follow-up, please.
I think we've said all we will on that front. So what's your follow-up?
It's a more personal one for you, Elon, which is that you're leading many important companies right now. Maybe you can just talk about where your heart is at in terms of your interests, and do you expect to lessen your involvement with Tesla at any point over the next 3 years?
Well, Tesla constitutes the majority of my work time, and I work pretty much every day of the week. It's rare for me to take a Sunday afternoon off. So I'm going to make sure Tesla is very prosperous, and I think it is prosperous, and it will be very much so in the future.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Adam Jonas from Morgan Stanley. Adam, please go ahead and unmute.
Okay, great. Hey, Elon. So you and your team on volume expect a 2024 growth rate notably lower than that achieved in 2023. But what's your team's degree of confidence on growth above 0%? Or in other words, does that statement leave room for potentially lower sales year on year?
No, I think we'll have higher sales this year than last year.
Okay. My follow-up, Elon, on future product. If you had nailed execution, assuming that you nail execution on your next gen cheaper vehicles, more aggressive giga castings, I don't want to say one piece, but getting closer to one piece, structural pack, unboxed, 300-mile range, $25,000 price point, putting aside robotaxi, those features unique to you, how long would it take your best Chinese competitors to copy a cheaper and better vehicle that you could offer a couple of years from now? How long would it take your best Chinese competitors to copy that? Thanks.
I mean, I don't know what our competitors could do, except we've done relatively better than they have. If you look at the drop in our competitors in China sales versus our drop in sales, our drop was less than theirs. So we're doing well. But I think Kathy Wood said it best. Like, really, we should be thought of as an AI or robotics company. If you value Tesla as just like an auto company, you just have to fundamentally. It's just the wrong framework. And it will come to if you ask the wrong question, then the right answer is impossible. So, I mean, if somebody doesn't believe Tesla's going to solve autonomy, I think they should not be an investor in the company. Like that is, but we will, and we are. And then you have a car that goes from 10 hours of use a week, like an hour and a half a day, to probably 50, but it costs the same.
I think that's the key thing to remember, right? Especially if you look at FSD supervised. If you didn't believe in autonomy, they should give you a preview that this is coming. It's actually getting better day by day.
Yeah, if you've not tried the FSD 12.3, and like I said, 12.4 is going to be significantly better, and 12.5 even better than that, and we have visibility into those things, then you really don't understand what's going on. It's not possible.
Yeah, and that's why we can't just look at just as a car company, because a car company would just have a car. But here we have more than a car company because the cars can be autonomous. And like I said, it's happening.
Yeah, this is all in addition to Tesla's working. The overall AI community is just like increasing, like improving rapidly. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we're putting the actual auto in automobile. So, so sort of a lot of it, we like, well, sort of like, tell us about future horse carriages you're making. I'm like, well, actually, it doesn't need a horse. That's the whole point. And that's really the whole point.
Okay, thank you. The next question comes from Alex Potter from Piper Sandler. Alex, please go ahead and unmute.
Great, thanks. Yeah, so couldn't agree more. The thesis hinges completely on AI, the future of AI, full self-driving, neural net training, all of these things. In that context, Elon, you've spoken about your desire to obtain 25% voting control of the company. And I understand completely why that would be. So I'm not necessarily asking about that. I'm asking if you've come up with any mechanism by which you can ensure that you'll obtain that level of voting control, because if not, then the core part of the thesis could potentially be at risk. So any additional commentary you might have on that topic?
Well, I think no matter what, Tesla, even if I got kidnapped by aliens tomorrow, Tesla will solve autonomy, maybe a little slower, but it would solve autonomy for vehicles at least. I don't know if it would win on with respect to Optimus or with respect to future products, but it would. There's enough momentum for Tesla to solve autonomy, even if I disappeared for vehicles. Now, there's a whole range of things we can do in the future beyond that. I'd be more reticent with respect to Optimus. If we have a super sentient humanoid robot that can follow you indoors and that you can't escape, we're talking Terminator level risk, then I'd be uncomfortable with, if there's not some meaningful level of influence over how that is deployed. If there's shareholders have an opportunity to ratify or re-ratify the sort of competition, I guess I can't say that. Whatever, but that is a fact. They have an opportunity.
Okay. Very good.
And we'll see if the company generates a lot of positive cash flow, we could obviously buy back shares.
All right, that's actually all very helpful context. Thank you. Maybe one final question, then I'll pass it on. OpEx reductions. Thank you for quantifying the impact there. I'd be interested also in potentially more qualitative discussion of what the implications are for these headcount reductions.
Thanks for tuning into the live stream here. I'm going to wrap this up here. Obviously, Tesla has ripped in the after hours, up quite substantially on the session. In the after hours, it's actually up 11.4% right now. So sympathy stocks, NEO, Rivian, look for them tomorrow. It's obviously lifting the Qs, and I do think that there's going to be more upside. All right, guys, thank you, and we'll see you on the charts tomorrow.